get diminished. The rich get rich on backs of poor expenses. Being taught that everything good is too expensive. Skipping class, school, ditching on the stoop, pitching that comeback. Hot that the fiends filling prescriptions, trying to
What's good? Welcome back, everybody. Shout out to that brother Drano with that Night Driver. You know I gotta promote the good music, man. That right there is a good feel. That's the brother Drano out there in Virginia. Shout out to him, man. I gotta connect with the peoples, man. Hey, good to see y'all in the building. Welcome to Monday Mystery School with your host, Bro Sanchez. I was on Facebook looking for topics, just seeing what people posted on the wall, and I got a lot of good stuff. And I saw a lot of people in the chat room posting good stuff. Underdog, I never heard of a scrying mirror. But you know, I can look into it. Yeah, no doubt. Quan Patrick, much love to you. What's good, LaShawn Thomas? Shout out to my brother, Back to Your Roots, and my people's Teardrop Hall. Shout out to all of the people that support what I do, all of my Patreons, all of the people that donate to the show. Appreciate y'all. Now, we can go as deep as y'all want to go today. And right now, you know, when we do these Q&As, I let y'all throw the topics out, and then I get to the screen share, and we just dive deep. So we gonna see what happened today. What up, Xavier Christ? Yeah, let me just say R.I.P. Mad Mike. So I had to throw that in the title to pay some respect. Definitely, you know what I'm saying? My condolences go out to the family of Mad Mike Hughes. Shout out to the brother Infinite Plane Society. Shout out to IPS, who was a contributor and supporter of Mad Mike Hughes. Shout out to him as well. I know he's probably been taking it hard. Yeah, and shout out to all of y'all in the chat room. Much love to the mods. Somebody said, do y'all believe Mad Mike was for real? He's an agent. You know what? I'm not going to get into all that, man. I'm just saying rest in peace. Can we go into the Native American moon goddess? Is that a real thing? Let me see. The native moon symbol is the protector and guardian of the earth. Its spirit watches over us and can change our moods. I heard a lot of people do etymology and sync the word mood to the word moon. You know what sound the cow make, right? Just put an N after that, and we see that the cow is related to the moon. I never thought of this etymology. That's other people who already synced the word moon to the word mood, so I ain't gonna take credit for that. If Mad Mike was really legit, he wouldn't do that dumb shit. If he was for real, he would know that there are hundreds of experiments that prove flat Earth. This dude, okay, this dude must be an agent or slow. No, I don't know if you're talking about me, but what I'll say is, oh, you're talking about Mad Mike. Shout out to C Dot. What I'm saying is, yeah, I think me personally, I don't agree with the rocket thing. I do think it's dangerous. And I do think it's kind of, a weird way to try to prove flat Earth. I agree with you on that. But I don't think that's proof that it's a fake or a hoax or something like that. If Mad Mike is not really dead, where is he? On another continent, a hidden continent or something? We say that, but I don't know. I'm just saying rest in peace to him. I talked about the broom challenge. NASA said on that one day, supposedly NASA said this, that on that one day you can make the broom stand up. NASA came out saying that they never said that. NASA never said that. That's regular people trying to prove the globe and they desperate. If you take a broom, it'll stand up today or any day because the bristles are like legs, and if you balance it right, it'll stand. If that really proved gravity, it'll be more than a broom challenge. Unless gravity only worked with brooms, you would be able to do it with a toothpick, a golf club, a baseball bat. Gravity would make all of that stand up, right? Now, unless gravity just got a thing for brooms. Let me get a one if my audio is good. Let me get a one if my audio is good, guys. Appreciate it. So come on, throw some good stuff out in the chat room that y'all want to dive deep on today's mystery school. And I'm gonna go back to my Facebook page and see what they got out there because a lot of people was throwing some good stuff out there. Comorcus and Mental. Let me pull them up. Never heard of them. That's the Blackfoot moon goddess. Oh, y'all want to see? Here you go. Just some depictions of this goddess called Comorcus. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Let's do the etymology real quick. See, what I like about mystery school is open research. It's a different format. It's open research. Okay, so there's no etymology for it. But I thought she would be in the same depictions of most of the goddesses, though. What was the other one? We can read about them too. Okay, they got stone figurines. This is the goddess Menace. Yeah, fertility. And that's another thing. The fertility goddesses is often associated with the moon. But yeah, this is the whole, you can see where the Christ symbology come in, how it was plagiarized. So yeah, that's good. Another form of Ma'at. And the reason for that is because, let me just show you something. See, when you look at all the luminaries, nothing show you balance like the moon. The moon basically show you all the degrees with its phases. Like when you look at the moon going from full moon to new moon and the phases, it show you how nature splits things with some math that ain't just random. Like the phases of the moon happen in a carefully planned out way. Like it's in quarters. It's phased in quarters, showing you that nature is intelligent and there's some math involved. So that's why when you see this symbol of the moon goddess right here, it's kind of like the same thing as Ma'at with the wings spread. When you lay out um when you lay out the phases of the moon, when you look at the main ones that it transitioned through, like within a quarter, if you say, think of a football game. A football game is separated in quarters, right? And you got a start, a middle point, and a finishing point. It's as simple as both of the scales. See, Ma'at represents halftime or full moon. You see, in each half of the phases is a different wing. So that's how you can sync these moon goddesses with Ma'at, and why you see them with the arms in the Ma'at symbol, because the moon show you how nature splits things evenly in balance. Nothing is random. Hold on a second. Yeah, nothing is random. And there's intelligence to the math. Even how the moon gets its phases, nature separates the phases evenly. But yeah, that's just, something simple real quick. But let me hit this Facebook wall real quick too. So yeah, I was asking people what kind of topics they want me to build on a Facebook page. So I'm gonna check them out too. But I'm still looking at the chat though. How can the Olmec represent the goat and he looks like the indigenous people of America? I don't get that one. I don't get that one. I don't think the Olmec represent a goat. And the Olmecs, let me just let's do this real quick. Let's do this. See, a lot of people hate me for what I'm about to say, but I got to do this, right? Let's look at this Olmec head. Now, what's that? Now, hold on. Let me do this right here. Hold on. Now, people don't like when I do this, but think about it. We do it. We look at pictures of the Olmec. We put them next to, like, let's pull up Gucci Mane real quick. And we say the Olmec are indigenous people because they resemble blacks, right? I saw people pull up Gucci Mane. Let's pull him up. Now look, here go an Olmec statue. I want you to pay attention to the facial structure, the nose, the eyes, the lips. Now let's look at Gucci Mane. You can see a resemblance. I would say the eyes, though. Look at the Olmec eyes. Look at Gucci eyes. The Olmec eyes, I gotta say, looks a bit more Asian. And I'm not saying that for no any kind of agenda other than the eyes on this statue look Taiwanese or some shit. That's why I put the Bolo Yung. I don't know what ethnicity he is, but if we compare these statues to different people, we can say it looks like Gucci Mane and it looks like this dude here. Now, I don't know why Minister Farrakhan or the Nation of Islam referred to the black man as the Asiatic black man, but I do know that there was a colored empire in Southeast Asia and Cambodia, my bad. Angkor Wat was basically black Asians, a civilization of black Asians and a thriving empire. But what I'm saying is, if you look at this dude's eyes, his nose and his mouth, and open up your eyes, folks, I'm not being funny. Look at his lips and his nose and his eyes. Now look at this statue. You see how this Olmec statue's lips kind of protrudes downward, almost like a sad face or like a mean, like it's not a Negroid type lip, even though it's the way they make that arch like that is kind of like the same, you know, it's like almost a sad face, but it's a mad face on them lips right here. It's, you know, that if you look at the lips, right, of this statue and look at his lips, it's that same kind of seriousness, that little in the nose, right? And the eyes on this guy, definitely the eyes. But you can say it can be either, see, when I look at Gucci Mane, I can see similarities as well. So it's weird. Who were the Olmecs? Were the Olmecs integrated people that was blacks, Asians, and a little bit of South American type? It seemed like it. Look at this one. Look at the facial structure on that one. Now that one looked more Negroid. And then you have some that look Asian. And check this one out. Think about it. The Olmec statues are in South America. But where do we see people meditating like this? In Asia. There's clearly an Asian presence in America that no one want to talk about. This statue is in South America, yet is in a Buddha pose. It's in a Asiatic pose. It's wearing Asiatic headdress. See, this headdress is a form of samurai style. And even the dress style is more samurai on this one. This is Olmec stuff. But what I'm telling you is that, think about it. We call it sitting Indian style. If the foreigners would have came in contact with listen, what we're calling Olmec ancestry is also what we're calling Indian ancestry, but the Indians was called Indians by foreigners. So when the foreigners saw them sitting like this, they said he's sitting Indian style. This is in South America. That's Indian style. But think about it. It's people in the Hindu that sit like this and meditate like this. And all the stories of Buddha have him meditating like this. So this can't be exclusive to the Indians. What we call Indian style is just a normal Asiatic custom in Buddha. They all meditate with their legs crossed like that. So what we're seeing is a relationship between Asia, Buddha, samurai culture blended with Native American culture, and we're calling it Olmec culture, or the Asiatic black man. The black samurai is basically what we're looking at. There's a lot we don't know about the Olmecs. People don't want to give you the Asiatic history associated with the Olmec. They only want to give you this indigenous thing, but there's a lot of Asian influence with the Olmec people. Now look at this statue right here. This one look very Asian. So what I'm introducing you to is a culture of people with a blended culture of what we would call Asian culture and Native American, indigenous, or copper colored culture. This statue does not look Negro right here now. This one do look like a sumo, some type of Taiwanese type shit. And the lips are not Negroid. You see how you got this thin top lip with the little skin here in between the nose and a little nose? This one here has an Asian type features to it. So when you start looking at the Olmec, you start seeing the samurai influence, the Cambodia, the Angkor Wat influence. Now, I don't know if there's an agenda, but you can see a group of people that would be a blend of what we call Negroid and Asiatic. You don't see black people send Indian style today meditating, but yet you're claiming this culture, black people. We don't see you doing the customs of the Olmec, black samurai. This is what I'm telling you. So we missing parts of who we are because we think is exclusive to other people, but parts of who we are tied into those other cultures, because we didn't start creating cultures until people came together and start sharing ideas with each other. When these cultures became big, it was often through mergers and unifications, where now two cultures collided to make a big culture where they blend the deities and the systems. And on what we call Olmecs, we see a blend between Native American people and Cambodian or Southeast Asian people. And that's a unique blend for a culture, and that's what's called, I call it the Black Samurai culture, the Nagas. Okay, Aboriginal Power said, can we have a nice conversation about this? Sure, no problem. Yeah, I'll open up a panel, man, no problem. We could get y'all up one at a time if you want to. Yeah, that's no problem, man. Would y'all like that, chat room? See, one thing about these kind of topics, right? And we're gonna talk about this for a minute. Olmecs and Native Americans and syncing it to who are black people and who are the Olmecs. I'm giving you one side, but if the Aboriginal brother want to come up and give his side, I think that'll be interesting, because remember, Dane Calloway is an Aboriginal brother and he comes with the research and science. So I think for that alone, we can give these brothers a voice, because they do got got some research on their hand. Aboriginals do their homework. Let me go ahead and open this thing up, man. They said that's going to be a good idea. Yeah, so give me a minute and I'll let the brother on. So I got the Hangouts open, and to people who want to come up and build with us on this, I see no problem with it if we're going to stay on these topics, man. I would like to hear what other brothers got to say. These mystery schools, I have wiggle room for stuff like that so we can have an open type research going. You see what I'm saying? And if it's some of y'all got stuff that you want to share, for sure. Let's get, but see, I kind of want to do it one at a time. Somebody asked, are Rome Moors? I think the question would be, did the Roman Empire have a couple of Moors fighting for them? I'm pretty sure they did. Moors was everywhere, and they were expendable. Yes, I'm pretty sure there were a few Moors fighting for Rome. That wouldn't be far-fetched to think. You can find Moors popping up everywhere. But to the Aboriginal brother who wanted to be on, check your email. I just sent you the link. So to the Aboriginal brother that gave me the email, Zelly the Dunn, check your email, bro. You said you wanted to come up. I've opened up the call. I prepared the floor for you. Don't keep us waiting, man. And y'all can keep the questions or the topics going in the chat room while we wait on him. Thank you for the super chat donation. Twan to God, thank you for that super chat. Said, what it is, bro Sanchez, what do you think about Mad Mike Hughes, the flat earther that just died? Well, what I think about him is that, hey, rest in peace, bless his soul. And that's all I think about him. If you ask me, I say that I don't think you can prove flat earth definitively by going up in a rocket. And I think it's dangerous. I didn't agree with that, but hey, man, he was doing something, I guess. Hey, he was making a lot of people aware of flat earth. I may not agree with the methods, but, you know, a lot of people think he's not dead. He is dead. People do that. Well, you know, when I die, people gonna say, man, bro, Sanchez ain't really dead. That's the new thing now. He ain't really dead. I just say rest in peace. Aboriginal said he's driving, but he put his email out. So I take it that he's going somewhere, and when he get there, he'll pick it up. So in the meantime, we'll keep going. So shout out to the brother Aboriginal. When you get somewhere safe where you can get the link, come on up. Shout out to the brother Awakening Minds. Thank you for the super chat. Everybody hit the like button, hit the share button, and if you want to donate to the Streamlabs and help us start moving that bar, the tip link is right above it. What do you think about the concept of the earth rising up to meet us, given the same effect as gravity? The earth rising up to meet us. Now, brother, I'm gonna give you a option. Since I don't understand what you're saying, go ahead and drop your email and I'll let you come up and explain that question. You're gonna have to explain that one on the line, brother. Shout out to Uncle Shug, Conscious Community Comedy. Hey, Shug, man, what's going on with you, brother? It's been some beefs going on, I see. I ain't gonna bring it up though, but I've been out the loop. I'm kind of neutral with a lot of people, so I just kind of. But yeah, shout out to the brother, man. Adrian Kenyon, I will take your email and I will let you on. But can you tell me what you want to bill about? If you do that, I'm gonna send you the link. Are you an Aboriginal, Adrian, or what you want to bill about? We'll. Somebody said, can we elaborate on the Merkaba activation? I can. And what I can say, hold on. What I can say is that the Merkaba is activated like in lucid dreaming, out of body experiences, astral travel. It's like you're asking me, can we elaborate on when the car cranks up and start moving? Your Merkaba is a vehicle that your consciousness use to alternate between realities, dream states, and such. To activate it, it's the same way you do when you stick the key into the ignition of a car and turn it. You're turning the station from one reality to another. This is travel. The vehicle is the Merkaba. Transports the consciousness to different realities. So how do you activate it? There are several ways to have an outer body experience. And I'm going to be honest with you. I simply went on YouTube when I first had, when I did the astral traveling, did it once. I told that story. And I just saw somebody explaining how to do it in a YouTube video, and there's several out there. It's very easy. It's some easy methods that allow you to do it the first night you try. You ain't gonna be able to stay on the astral realm. You probably be over for 5 seconds. See, when I astral traveled, when I realized that I was astral traveling, I got scared. I woke up and I never been able to do it again. I talked to a psychic at a crystal shop and she said that's normal. She said you've got to be very skilled to hold your consciousness in that reality, because a lot of people freak out when they realize, oh, it's real, I'm out of my body. That alone wake you back up into you. The fear makes you, when you're astral traveling, you're not in your body, you're in an astral body, and it's the same realm. It's like a mirrored version. And now what I was told is most people don't make it out of their bedroom. And they said when you reach a level, when you're able to walk out your front door, that's when you start really traveling the astral plane and seeing different beings and stuff walking amongst the mirror, the alternate world.
Peace.
But just for you to make it out your bedroom take years of experience. A shout out to who we got on the panel. Go ahead, talk to the people.
No, I was just saying peace, brother. Peace. This is Aboriginal Power. How you doing, bro Sanchez? How you doing?
Shout out to you, my brother. You made it on, man. I'm glad that you did. I'm gonna let
Yeah,
you
I'm
have.
driving. I'm driving, so it's kind of hard for me to,
Yeah.
you know what I mean. But I would like to have a good bill. I got some good slides that I can show, some more sources and stuff that I would like to screen share and pull up when I do get another time. But yeah, we can definitely dialogue about this topic. It was a nice, sweet topic.
Okay, well, if you got something to share, then I'll mute my mic and let you introduce yourself to the people and do your thing, brother. And if you need to share the screen, I can do that too. Go ahead. I'm learning too. I'm listening too.
No, you're right. The OMAC is a unique group of people when dealing with some of the indigenous people of America. You know what I'm saying? And you do see different what we could say phenotypes on some of these OMACs. But a lot of people would like to say that the OMACs are the oldest tribe in America as well. So that's why that particular thing is important, because it's showing that the first oldest tribe is already mixed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they got older tribes that's way older than the OMAC. The OMAC probably go back 3,700 years in America, which is old. That's old. You know what I mean? But you got other civilizations that's going back 5,000 years ago, let's say. You feel me? Which had a different system in place as well. But one thing for sure is the phenotype does differ on a lot of these sculptures that you see, but the anthropology is what stands out to me.
Listen, if you look at the picture that's on the screen now, the symbol that
I
he
can't.
have on his chest is what we call a Confederate flag today.
Okay, hold on. I
Yeah,
can't see, but I'm gonna try to click on it
yeah. He got
because I can't see it from back here.
This may be the true origins of the Confederate flag. But yeah,
And that's
that's
funny.
interesting. Mm-hmm.
That's funny. That's funny you said that, because in Tennessee, where I'm from, it was a tribe called the Chickamauga, right, who fought against Henry Knox and William Blunt, right, in the late 1700s, right, the 1700s leading up, right. Uh, One of the generals of the Chickamauga Confederacy, right, which is from the Iroquois Confederacy. It was a branch, and they was called the Chickamauga, right? They flag looks exactly like the Confederate flag, except it says Chickamauga, it says Shalom, it says Black Land, and it says something else that I forget what it said on. I'm gonna have to pull that out. I got the flag. I would like to show it, but like I said, I'm not on my computer. It'd be something nice for the viewers to see as we talk about it. But maybe I could send it to you. You can show it. But yeah, man. I think that's pretty ironic, man. If we could maybe somehow track the cosmology and symbolism of the Confederate flag, which is an X ultimately that looks like four pyramids. You feel me? And when you go to every OMAC site, you find pyramids, especially when you get down to La Venta.
That's interesting right there, man. But it's a lot of pyramids in South America that's made with the same architecture as ones in Cambodia and Southeast Asia.
Right. And the reason is because it was a land. Listen, Asia and America got a lot of things in common. Let's be clear about that, right? It is not through coincidence. It ain't like two different people had the same idea roughly around the same time, right? Uh, what you find, for instance, you got a pyramid in Asia, right? That's called the Dragon Pyramid, right? And at the bottom of the Dragon Pyramid, they have these natural rock reservoirs, right? Like cups in a way, that they put mercury in. And as they play a drum, the vibration of the mercury makes it, vibration. And this was a spiritual thing that they dealt with in China. It's ironic that until Tenochtitlan in America has the Pyramid of the Sun, better known as the plumed serpent, right? Which is another term for a dragon, right? Has mercury at the bottom of its pyramid as well. You feel me? And the architect is almost dead on when you look at it. Archaeologists that's been a main look into some of the archaeologists that I've been researching this year, making that connection. But when you're dealing with Asiatic, right, you can go to the treasures book and look at definitions. You can go to different forms and look up certain definition of Asiatic. And the overall term that you get of the root is Asia, right? Not the way it's spelled like we see today, but with a Y. It's an extra S, a Y, and an IA at the end. And that's also defined in the Kabbalah, which is one of the oldest terms other the word Asia, which means material world, right? So the word Asia, right, with a sh on it, means material world. And the first people to walk amongst this material world would be called what you would call Asiatic, right? From my understanding and research that I've came across.
Okay. So that's I'm gonna say this too. Somebody in the chat room asked a good question. I'm gonna see if I can answer it. What do you think about the theory that civilization started in America? I'm gonna just say this. Civilization didn't start in one particular place. Let's first of all examine the word. The root word of civilization is civil, meaning that you're civilized. But what's the definition of civilized? Let me give you, let's see, we got to do this now. This is very important. Let me show you. So to civilize is to bring a place or a people to a stage of social and cultural development considered to be more advanced. Now we got a problem. We're asking where did social and cultural development start at? Where was it more advanced at? And that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. What I'm doing is I'm showing you that there were no particular place in the world where you saw a more advanced culture. What you saw was everybody doing the same thing. You see these step pyramids that represent so-called civilization? You got them in South America. You got them right here in Southeast Asia. You got them in Egypt, and you got them in so many other places. But somebody will say to you, the most advanced versions are in Egypt. That's up to opinion, and everybody gonna say mine's look better than yours. So the thing is, what we see when we examine these cultures in antiquity is that civilization kind of started like a disease, and it was an outbreak. It was not, civilization didn't start in an exclusive geographic area. It was synonymous with being human. In other words, you only need a starting point for civilization to prove evolution, because they're telling you that Mother Nature didn't create a civilized human in antiquity. In other words, the first humans created by Mother Nature were barbaric. They weren't civilized. And so civilization had to start somewhere by some kind of man or pharaoh. And we got to get out of that. Yeah.
Right. And I agree with you. You know what I'm saying? And there's really, it was like a wildflower, and it's simple. People always going to do what people do, and that's everywhere, right? What people be asking about the origins of civilization, they dealing with a general consensus, right? They dealing with what the contemporary science has took a vote upon to put out, and not
Yep.
necessarily that. It deals with the dating of certain things as well, which most of the people that's doing the dating in Egypt is the same people that's doing the dating in America, right? Different archaeologists, but the same systems, right? Sometimes it's the same archaeologists, okay, like Ruth Shady, okay, Michael Childress, and various people like that. But I think we have to go back farther because I believe that we've been doing things that we call civilized, or what we would classify as civilization, for hundreds of thousands of years and possibly millions of years. I'm gonna say eons, right? Because there's archaeology, right? That's all we can go on at this particular point because we wasn't there. That's out of place with the timeline, with evolution and these contemporary sciences. And now these particular conversations would be taboo 20, 30 years ago, but due to social media and various different outlets, it's become a new thing where you got real mainstream scientists and contemporary scientists that's challenging the uniformitarianism that's been going on. So if somebody was to say that, oh, Africans are blah, listen, the story is more complex than that, right? Because they finding human evidence in California, for instance, right? That's going back 138,000 years, right? You finding religious sites in Turkey that goes back 12,000 years, right? So that cancels Egypt being the forefront or whatever when it comes to religion and spirituality, because you got a temple that was deliberately built for spirituality 12,000 years. You feel me? Which predates the civilization of Egypt. And it's also one of the largest ones on the planet. And when you go to certain things, it's certain archaeology that's kind of out of place. It's because we was out of place when trying to read history. We started off in the middle of the book. You feel me? And now we trying to go forth, but still think we got a full understanding on things. And now that you getting in the future, the story not adding up because you ain't get all the pieces in the beginning. You feel me? So we really got to start looking back at some of the archaeology, and it's going to tell you that shit been going on around here for a long time. Like they found, this is in Michael Creemore's book, Forbidden Archaeology. I'm not for sure if you're familiar with it or not. I'm pretty sure you
No.
are. Well, they talk about these things, and one in particular is a hammer that's 700 million years old, found in Texas. Okay, I would like to pull it up. Like I said, I want to have this build and be able to show what I'm talking about. Okay, so maybe we can email me and we can schedule another build on this particular topic, just dealing with
Oh yeah.
forbidden or out of place archaeology. And one of the main things was a hammer that's 700 million years old, right? Right. The wood was a wood that's not even around, right? That they don't even have on record. And the particular metal had been, I have to get into the particular site. I'm not quoting it correctly, but the data is there. They did the actual dating on it. They got the scientific journal report on it, and it's in Michael Creemore's book. It's a 1,900-page book, and it's dealing with archaeology. Another one I like to touch on is a footprint that was made into the permeate crust, right, of the earth. I think it's roughly around 300 and something million years old, right, which is pre-Cambrian explosion, or pre-Cambrian period. They found the footprint that was in the ground, and in the footprint, it was a bug that was smashed, and that bug only lasted during that particular time period. of the Pliocene. Uh, I mean, it's tons of stuff that's out there, and that was in Illinois or somewhere like that that they found. Uh, it's just shit that's really displaced. Stonehenge been one of the marvels of the world and mysteries when it dealing with ancient peoples and why they did such things. And they found a similar site, just like Stonehenge, at the bottom of the Lake of Michigan.
Yeah, Stonehenge has been rebuilt several times, so we got to reinvestigate that too. Shout out to the brother who
Right.
did it. Yeah. But I tell you what, man, Anchor Watt had all of these ancient monuments is based upon flat earth, but I don't even got to get into that. You know what I'm saying? That's another thing that I was sharing as far as the Turtle Island concept that the Aboriginals talk about. But
Yeah,
that's all, yeah.
I don't use a turtle island. I come from a whole different aspect from my research. My research haven't pointed me into Turtle Island whatsoever. But I have read books that we use that we use in description to show flat Earth, which also talks about the Americas as well and some of the bronze people of this planet, which is I believe it's the origins of humans and the North Pole. I forget the name of the book, but I got it on my computer. But it's a pretty deep book, and it talks about the a certain group of people with a particular group of science, and goes to another landmass and brings science there. You know, so uh, who we can only cite sources of the dating that we got right now. And a lot of shit has rewriting history because a lot of shit didn't have shit to do with America when it comes to times of antiquity, bro, Sanchez. We know this. 15, 20 years ago, it wasn't shit getting mentioned about the Americas. You feel me? Only till recently, and maybe before then, that some of this real archaeology started coming out with some of this high advanced technology to help, like LADAR testing, right? Uh, that's how they found those 60,000 structures in Guatemala. Are you familiar with that?
Nah.
Yeah, in Guatemala, in El Mirador and the El Mirador Bison, they found 60,000 structures. Out of those 60,000 structures, 10,000 of them are pyramids. I mean, literally pyramids. I'm not saying this. This is what the experts saying. And not only do they find that many pyramids, they find the world's largest pyramid in Guatemala, which is La Danta.
Mm. Now that's some deep shit for the comedic folks right there. Oh
Oh,
yeah.
well, I've had these conversations. Jabari don't want to have it because I've gave him the data beforehand. When we swapped sources, he said he don't no longer want to debate that topic no
Quit
more.
playing.
Uh,
Quit
no,
playing.
no, no joke, no
No
joke.
joke.
I
You
was
should.
with me and my brother was on Sarnetta already, after this exchange happened, and that's why Sarnetta allowed us to come on and drop some of our information on his platform. Uh,
Shout out to South for that. Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Sarnetta for sure. But yeah, man, he's ducking, man. Garfield been ducking because we exchange. I'm the type of guy. If we're gonna do a debate, I would like to exchange sources at least a week before, so I can get acquainted with your sources. You get acquainted with my
Oh, they
sources,
don't like to do that. They yeah.
and everybody's ran except for Dr. Reggie, and y'all seen how that bill turned out on my channel. It was a public execution.
Oh
But
man, I'm finna go
shout out to
watch
Dr.
that,
Reggie.
bro.
Shout out to Dr. Reggie, though. But yeah, I
Yes.
definitely want to do a bill with you, bro, Sanchez. We can really get into some of this ancient archaeology, and then I know you can look at it for what it is because you got the eye and tie some of this cosmology to this universal code.
For
I
sure.
think it'll be a dope bill.
Hell yeah, man. I love to do it, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah, so you got my email, man, and we can set it up, man, and we can exchange phone numbers and we set it up and how we got to do it, bro.
Okay, for sure. For sure. Hell yeah. Just email me, man, and I'm gonna reply in the email and we could do the exchange like that or whatever.
Right. And just because we back on the OMAC topic, uh you find something that's very, 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 very key to my research when dealing with one group of people leading across the world. Uh, if you go to Laventa and you pull up OMAC sites, uh, you will find one particular carving of a man sitting inside of a plumed serpent, and he got a bag in his hand. Have you ever seen that depiction?
Nah, I haven't.
I
I
wish
can't
I wish
lie.
you could. Well, hold on just a second. I'm gonna pull some shit up. Do they got a back chat in this thing?
You know what? If you tell me what to type in, I might can find it on.
Okay. You just type in OMAC Laventa archaeology or carvings or something like that, and it should pull up. It should pull right up, I believe. I'm gonna look on the channel and see if I can see.
It's like a stone with a bunch of like. Okay, let me hold on. Let me send this
Yeah.
email and I'm gonna
You can
share
you
it.
can you can you can probably type in OMAC uh Laventa and plume serpent.
Okay. Give me a minute. Shout out to the brother Masterpiece in the house, man. And thank you for the super chat donation, Sleepyhead. Oh yeah, Masterpiece, for sure. I already sent you the invite, brother. I sent it directly through the Hangouts. I can email it to you as well. Hold on, my brother Aboriginal. I'm pulling it up now. I'm multitasking. Let me do something real quick.
No problem, brother. I'm no problem. I'm parked right now.
All right. So everybody check their email, Masterpiece, and I think Adrian. Did I just send an email to Adrian? Let me know, Adrian. I sent you the link to. Um, Now, what I got on the screen, I'm seeing Olmec Laventa carvings. Let me put it on the screen share here. All right, if you can see the screen, you're gonna have to just let me know maybe which one, because it's a couple of them.
Now I don't see the screen at all. I don't know if it's I
Oh,
don't
you
know if it's
gotta
me
be
or what.
looking. You gotta be looking at. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna screen share on here so you can see it. This. Click on my avatar. Click on my face. You see?
I'm on it.
All
I'm
right.
on
Yeah.
it, brother. And
Yeah.
peace to everybody that just came on the panel. Peace and gratitude to everybody.
All right. You
What up,
should.
bro,
It'll be
bro?
your one on your far left right up under the Olmec statue.
Okay. I got you.
And if you zoom in on that bag, right? Zoom in on it.
Let me okay, yeah, I'm sharing the right one. Boom. So
This particular carving is depicting a bringer of civilization. Uh, we know what the plume serpent is in representation of, and that's a Olmec inside of the holding the bag, right? And I put my own spin on what that bag is, but I believe it's tools that you would need to start civilization, right? Different sciences, right? And if you can go to one more uh picture for me from Google, if you don't mind. If you don't mind going to Go Techie, Pillar 43. Well, if you just type in Pillar 43 enclosure D, if I'm not mistaken, it should pull up.
is this it? Yeah, I think this it.
I couldn't hear you, brother. My bad.
Yeah, I got it up. Click on my avatar.
Okay,
You
and
should
you can.
see it. Yeah.
I said, and if you can click on any one of those and zoom in at the top where you see those same depictions of what I would call a bag, right?
All right. Yeah. At the top, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the reason I say that is because, mind you, this particular carving and sighting is what I was telling you about in Turkey that goes back 12,000 years, right?
Yeah, they got something called a Sumerian handbag where the Sumerians got this same thing too.
Right. And I was going to work my way there too as well. You feel me? And the main point of bringing this up, because prior to seeing this, before this, you don't see no carvings or nothing of any of these particular places when it deal with civilization in those regions, right? Prior to this place that you got pulled up, there's nothing in Turkey of any significance when it deals with dating.
Damn.
When this pop up, the earliest signs of agriculture and pops up at the same site.
Damn.
The first signs of agriculture pop up at this same site, and it's the same way at Levanta as well. And if you was to go to the handbags in Mesopotamia where Elohim, right, is holding the bag, you don't find no carvings before then, and when you find those carvings, it's the exact dating that you find agriculture. That's letting you know civilization pops up when you see this bag.
Wait, so hold on. When you said the bag, was the bag supposed to represent a real handbag?
Well, that's like I said that's my spin on it. But like I
I'm
said,
just asking.
any kind of tool bag, any kind of tool, that's just my spin. I don't know what they would have called it, but I know that when you see it, you see civilization, you see agriculture, you see the same carving.
Yeah, it's some kind of generator. Yeah, I think it's some kind of handheld generator or something with energy. Yeah.
Whatever it is, it's a big impact, and they making it known. You feel me?
Well, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Look at this handbag. You could see a handbag, or you can see something like a car battery.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Some similar
gravitational device. Some anti-gravity device, some special shit. Because it's funny. Hello? I'm on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You know, when you said gravity, everybody was like, "Oh shit." Yeah, but go ahead. We hear you though.
Nah, my bad, man. Y'all gotta dodge my hijack, man. I don't be using y'all terminology sometimes, but I fuck with y'all though, man. Don't do me like that.
No, you good. You good. I know where you said where you going though.
Right. But yeah, it could be for some type of explanation of aerial devices. You know what I mean? Because he depicted with wings. You feel me? And if you go to enclosure D, that's actually with them other symbols and carvings of them animals, the snakes and the Scorpio is depicted in the sky. You feel me? That's telling you what the sky look like at a particular place. You feel me? So they could be talking about some type of aerial shit.
Brother, are you a global or flat earther? Can I ask you?
I'm really not either, man. Like I said, man, y'all both bring compelling. Like I was a globe. I never even knew anything about flat Earth until I start hearing the channels and looking into the information, and I'm just like in between, man. Like I don't know. I like to hear more breakdown on the flat Earth because I don't really know too much about it. Like I said, I can't go in on that shit like y'all brothers can.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
Yeah, I can respect that. And can I just say,
I stay in my lane. But I'm willing to learn though. So if it's some shit that I need to be put up on and got some sources for it, I'll definitely go check it out. I definitely like to research. So
I feel like, brother, definitely with the ancestors that you already know about and study to your, understanding, it'll probably, blow your mind to see that they cosmology is some flat earth type shit. If we pull it up.
Right.
Definitely. I mean, if you're here to learn, there's no better teacher than Bro Sanchez to walk you through this, man. You know, he knows a lot about this shit here, B.
Oh yeah, I'll
Yeah,
be
I already
glad.
know. That's why I'll be listening.
And you know what,
Mm.
man? If you want to learn about the flat Earth, we'll let you ask any questions you may have on it, and we can start from there. If that's up to you, though.
All right. All right. First off, first,
Hold
what do you
on, hold
mean by
on.
flat?
Wait a minute, because before we do this, let me, and my bad, let me give a shout out to the brother Masterpiece with us on the panel, man.
Yo, what up, man? It's been a long time, yo. Peace and love, y'all.
Peace and love, my brother.
Shout out
Good to hear you,
Masterpiece,
man.
man.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit,
Yeah, man,
man.
it's been a minute, dog. What's cracking, master?
Hey, yo, it's been a minute, and you know what? I always said to myself, I don't wanna, I don't really want to come back with nothing, you know. I took some time off to do some personal stuff, some building, and it definitely took longer than I expected. But what's happening is real good. So I'm just glad that I can come in and check in every once in a while and hear the consciousness continue to raise. I get to check in every once in a while, but I'm glad that I'm always welcome back here.
Oh hell yeah,
Yeah,
man.
you're right. You forever a brother, big dog. Come on now.
No
Hell
doubt, no
yeah,
doubt.
man. It's just good to see you back, my brother. And like you said, man, I know you've been doing your thing and you got a lot of good news to share with us and stuff too, man.
Yeah, well, okay. So, well, first of all, on my Instagram page is where I get to do like a lot of quick uploads because it's just easy, but it's definitely full of like a lot of inspiration and it keeps like you updated on what I'm doing. So you can go follow that there. That's like at like New Life. It's underscore New Life with a Y, and then another underscore. So that's where you can find me at, just to keep up to date. But like basically, I've been just doing this juice hustle, and a lot of things have been going, really positively. I'm bringing the cold pressed juices to like it's like little Jamaica. It's like where a lot of the multiculturalism is. A lot of African shops, a lot of Caribbean shops in this part of the city. So it's definitely gonna be helpful to a lot of people. So.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna definitely be shopping with you on that, man. Hell yeah. You know I'm gonna support it. That's what's up.
hmm And then I've been also just hearing about what you guys are talking about, with the flat Earth. Obviously, that reality. I mean, every single day, waking up knowing that this is a plane of infinite existence, it just makes you feel, it makes you feel like you can do anything. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
this is your map. This is your game board. This is your level.
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, Bro Sanchez, the other day I was
Mm-hmm.
watching something, yeah, and
Uh-huh.
it's this guy. He goes into an old people's home, and he asks us to speak to the eldest resident there, yeah. And he finds a woman, and I think she's probably like 93 or something like this. And he asked her in school, what was you taught? Was the world flat or round? And she actually says she was taught the world was flat. And she remembers when the change came, but she don't remember the precise date, but she remembers it being changed over to the globe model. And since then, and she said since then, it's just like she kind of lost track of what's going on in the world. But this guy who's interviewing her, he says to her, like, he reassures her, like, don't worry, it still is flat. We are being lied to and everything, but I'm here to tell you that you always knew the truth, and the truth is with you, kind of thing. And she breaks down and starts to cry, and it's like she kind of knew she was being lied to, but for so many years, where she's been in this old people's home, she's never had no one to talk to. So the guy was saying he recommends everybody goes to our old people's home and speaks to the eldest resident and
Right.
asks them what was they taught in school.
That's something right there. Yeah, man. Hey, the change wasn't as far back as we think then. That's
I'm
Hey,
telling
the
interesting
you,
right
crazy
there.
part about that, bro, as soon as you started saying that, that blew my mind just because I deal a lot with old people, and always have. And one of the things I was recently thinking about, because a job was offered to me, is like going to old people's home, is like finding different seniors inside of the different homes and getting their different accounts of history. But that's just another
Yeah,
side note. But that just blew my mind just because that was a parallel.
And
yeah,
now
I
check
saw
this
it.
out. This what we're gonna do real quick. Let's let the brother Aboriginal start his questions. I don't want to keep him waiting. Shout out to everybody, and listen, everyone. We could interject and help the brother come into this flat earth truth. Aboriginal, you got the flow, my brother. Go ahead.
All right, peace. I mean, I'm already there. You know what I'm saying? So, I done came a long way. But one of my main questions is, uh, what is flat? Like, define flat for me, just so I can have a clear understanding. Because I done heard a breakdown from different ways. I want to hear when y'all say flat Earth, what exactly does flat mean?
All right, listen. What I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna just get you the basic definition. Smooth and
Okay.
even without marked lumps or indentations. Another definition would be horizontal. Um, or a
Level.
synonym, level. A synonym would be a plane. You know what I'm saying? So let's start there, and then I'll pull up images. I'm still screen sharing, so if you click on my avatar, then you can get some just
I'm
basic
looking. I'm
conceptions. Yeah,
looking.
these just basic conceptions of flat Earth. You can see where the level part would be. It would be right here. Let me see if I can get a bigger one.
I see it right there.
Uh
Boom.
huh. There you go. Go ahead.
Level. So when you look at the ocean, that's the level.
Right, sea level. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Cause water gonna level out. It
Mm-hmm.
ain't going. It ain't going. It's gonna level. That's what it do.
And it's pretty much on the bottom, like basically the ground that's under the water is where real level really, evens out, so to speak. That's between what's underground and above, as far as the oceans and stuff like that.
Okay, that's a good question. So what's up under the water again? A whole nother something?
What's up under the great deep?
Yeah. I mean, like, what's that in between the Great Deep and Earth?
All right, now I
What's
want you to. Can you look at the YouTube video? Are you still got the YouTube video going?
I'm looking at your thing, but yeah, I can look at the YouTube video too.
Yeah, look at the YouTube video because I'm gonna do a slide picture now.
Okay. I'm going to the YouTube joint. Gotcha.
Yeah, because we just showing you one depiction. I'm gonna show you. You asked a good question. What would be beneath it? Hold on a second. I'm gonna load these up while you get your YouTube together.
I'm watching. I got you. I'm right here. I'm probably gonna have like a 5-second delay or some shit like that. I'm not
That's
for sure.
cool. Yeah, that's cool. So here it is. Now you see the same. Matter of fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take one of these out so we
I
can
see
put it
this
next to
color
the.
spectrum thing with a
Yeah.
pillar.
So what we're calling the great deep is just the other half to our. You see now, if you focus just on the middle portion, how you would get what you get on the right, the Hebrew cosmos. But if you ask what's under the great deep, I'm showing you that this would just continue outward like a pattern.
Oh, it's gonna be the same thing.
It's as above, so below. Yeah, and it'll continue out for infinity.
Okay.
That's just my conception, though. Other flat earthers on the panel may even disagree with that, but that's
So,
that.
so what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, let me ask. So, since it's an Earth right here, on the flip side, it's gonna be another Earth then.
Yep. What's called what I call the underworld. What in a lot of depictions they call that the underworld. In this one they call it Sheol, which is their way of saying the name of their underworld for the Hebrew. Yeah.
Okay. that makes sense because in some of the ancient cosmology of the Olmec and the Mayan, they talk about documenting time, right? You know, the Mayans and Olmec and the sheep people was good documenters of time, right? And they it's told that they went to outer realms to document time, and that's what the ancient Mayan map and Olmec calendar is. It's just a mapping of time in different realms. But I don't know though. That kind of makes sense with the flat Earth thing, with it being a plane of existence. And it's just on the flip side.
Well, yes, and also like the fact that when you find something that's hundreds and hundreds of years old, and it's, we keep on seeing the same star systems align with the same monuments that were built by the ancients, it lets you know that, we're not flying off into space and separating at like infinite speeds. It's here. It's just rotating around us.
Right. And let me ask another question. So what do y'all believe is up above us? Y'all don't believe in no outer space, no moon, no none of that shit?
Yeah, see, that's why I got the image on the left on the YouTube video.
I'm watching it.
Yeah, see here.
I see the moon and see, okay. But listen though, okay, hold on. All right. So from what I'm reading on this thing, because I can barely see, my bad, I apologize, I ain't got my glasses. The moon and the sun is not really outer space.
Nah. They within our...
Or what we think is, outer space.
They're not 93 million miles away and 250,000 miles away. You can see... Yeah, you can see clouds behind the moon in front of it, clouds behind the sun in front of it.
That make motherfucking sense to me.
I wonder if the sun throws off heat-seeking missiles.
But what the hell is above the sun, though? I mean, what's that little place? Like, I see where that is, but it's like a little black line, and then there's something else.
Yeah.
Like,
see, that's
that water. That's water too.
Well, look here. That's not liquid water. It's an electromagnetic energy field, and it's the boundaries to our realm. Do you know anything about a torus field or electromagnetic energy?
Not really.
All right.
You know how you could put two magnets together of the same force and they repel each other? Right, well, imagine that barrier of repulsion. Imagine being able to see that. That's the outer limits of its reach. So that's what's illuminated as black there.
So you saying what we look up in like the sky or whatnot is what the actual vibration of the magnets would look like or some shit? I might be getting confused.
Okay, check it out, right?
Yeah.
All right, so look, you can see I'm still screen sharing. So this is what the energy field of the magnet looks like. Okay.
You want me to go to the YouTube or stay?
Yeah, if you're looking at the YouTube, you can see both of them. You can see the cosmology on the left and the energy field on the right, and you can make the comparisons.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see it.
You see what you see moving on the right is what an electromagnetic energy field is. We're telling you we're inside of an energy field, an electromagnetic energy field. And what's creating the energy field is at the center of it. That's why our compasses is pointing to the center or north. That sounds like an aha moment right there. I like that.
Yeah.
All right, I got another question then.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with your question.
I'm about to. I'm trying to see how I'm gonna structure it. All right, so we see like on news, which I don't believe everything that you see, so don't get that twisted. But you know they show rockets going out of space, these space shuttles, satellites, people working on the satellites, the man walking on the moon, all this shit. So explain that.
Well, a lot of that is CGI, right? Like a lot of what we see, for example, anything regarding the weather on the news is cartoon. We don't have like an actual spinning globe feed from the moon. It's all cartoon. When you
Yeah,
go
I
to
know
the
that.
yeah, and when you go to the ISS feed, you see that little wing of the International Space Station, and then a curved Earth, which is just easily done with like a bubble of fisheye lens. And then when you see things like deep space and like galaxies and drawings and renderings, you'll always see that there's an artist rendering, because anything that we send out comes back in a form of binary zeros and ones and zeros and ones. And then they have to read it and then basically paint an image. So even though it looks real, there's many things that they do, like they film astronauts underwater in a pool with a blue background or a green background, and you can put in your CGI Earth in space. So it's very manipulative the way they do it, but they do a good job. If you don't know what to look for, once you open your eyes to it, you'll see it everywhere.
Very true. Very true.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, he ain't never lied about that. Once you open your eyes, you're gonna see it everywhere, bro. In your steering wheel, in your car, in the dashboard, at the stove. Like, it's one of those type of things. It's like a fractal code.
Shit, that's
Yeah.
crazy. Don't get me started on this shit. But I already see what y'all talking about though, because a lot of shit don't be making sense. Like the other day, I'm in Philly. I'm from Tennessee, but I'm actually in Philly right now. And when I be in Tennessee, sometimes I be seeing the moon out when the sun out, right? I'm like, how the fuck is that even possible? I'm outside right now.
Exactly.
I'm outside right now. The sun is look like it's about to set, or what they call setting, and I see the moon right here on the other motherfucking side.
Yeah, that's
It's
one of
like
the
it's
many.
supposed to be on the other. It's supposed to be blocked by the other side of the world. What the hell happened to that?
That's what I was gonna say. Like
Then it
I
don't
wish I
even
could
look
have
different in size.
I wish we could have a straight globe Earth, because I want to ask him to explain that on the globe Earth side.
I'm gonna say that's a can of worms or whatever. And if you do that, like the guys that what's his name?
It can't even be explained.
I'm not in it to start any bullshit. I'm just asking questions to really learn. Like I'm not in to know none of that. I'm just in it for the information. I'm only, if it's the truth, that's what I want to know.
I mean, going by the globe model, that
Is there any literature that goes in on flat Earth with maybe data that support it? Is there any literature books, anything that I could get, or that y'all
Yeah,
can leave in the back
yeah.
right quick?
I have this book that I love, and I show it to anybody that's interested. It's called Earth, Not a Globe, and it's zetetic astronomy. So Zetetic, and it's real great. It has like, I don't know, like shit, 50 plus experiments, water levels, cannons, pendulums, the whole nine. And it's done at a time where the manipulation and the graphics and the whole NASA thing wasn't, it wasn't in existence yet. So it's pure try it, test it, and repeat it. There's no, well, what about this picture NASA gave? No, there's none of that. So get that book. It's called Earth, Not a Globe, and there's tons of other books if you just check on Amazon.
I appreciate that, man. I'm definitely gonna look into it. Uh, Tell Bro Sanchez, email me. I'd like to set up another build. I appreciate y'all educating me. Hey, do you got that book though? You got is it PDF or something that you got?
You can get a PDF, but I got the physical version, and I like made highlights of it just to, just to carry
Okay.
it with me and stuff. Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna definitely go. I'm gonna look into. I'm gonna see if I can get the PDF when I get off of here, man. I appreciate coming on here building with y'all, giving me the opportunity to drop a
Appreciate
little
it,
bit.
man. Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Well,
Much
yeah,
love.
brother. Finna say what tribe you like you do the Aboriginal thing. What tribe you from?
See, I don't do the tribal thing, man, and yeah, that tribal shit really ain't really our people, man. I mean, if you want to put a name on it, they call my people the Chickamaugas. They later on call them Negroes, and then later on call them Cutters, now African American. So I don't really use their titles. I just know my origin of who my people is. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
Definitely no cap. Yeah. No, I just be
like,
asking because I know some people
like
more specific and others, and right. I'm like you. I wouldn't, necessarily nail it down to just one, even though supposedly, some Chickasaw was in my family, but neither here nor there.
I just know I ain't come from Africa. I ain't come from Africa. My mama didn't come from Africa. Her mama didn't come from Africa. My great-great-grandmama didn't come from Africa. My great-great-great, and
Yeah.
keep going back. Ain't nobody come from. So I just know I'm from here. You feel me? And I know what the people here did. I know what the
Yep.
people here look like. I've seen the Bowman Park Mirrors. I've seen the Mendoza Colex. I've seen the Aristotle stellates. I've seen these things. You feel me? I've read books about the Aboriginal races of America and the depictions of the Aboriginal races. As a matter of fact, it's a whole book dealing with the Aboriginals of my home state. It's a book called The Natural History of the Aboriginals of Tennessee. And it's a dope book.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
Tennessee,
what's
I know
up.
they got a lot of history to that.
Yeah, man. So it's a lot of history, but I believe shit, it go back. I believe a crucial time and when we started taking this particular path that we on now, happened about 10,000 BC. You feel what I'm saying? Roughly around the time of the last mass extinction. You feel me? Dealing with large mega farmer. You feel me? So,
I'm gonna have to get you back on, man, for real, man, so we can have some bills. And we
yeah, for
got
sure. Email me anytime.
all right. Yeah, leave your email in the comments or on the thing so we can link up. That's what's
All
up.
right, I'll leave it in the comments on the YouTube now.
All right. Yeah, shout out
All
the
right.
shout out the fam G. Everything's love, Dre Midas, Awakening Minds. Shout out to everybody out there. Check this out.
Hey,
Hey,
can I say one more thing?
yeah,
Can I say one more thing? I want to say peace to everybody on the panel helping me
most definitely.
on the flat. And for those that don't know who I am, go subscribe to my YouTube. Oh, man, I appreciate it.
Okay, hell yeah. Drop your YouTube link out there too, man, so we can do that. Get in the chat and at me, and I'll mod you up so you can drop all your links. Shout out to my brother Lightworker. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll take some more of these questions. Sister Bethy, I just sent you the invite directly through Hangouts. There you go. There you go. So what we can do, I think the question, let me read the question one more time for him.
Hey,
Hey, sister.
how you
Oh,
doing?
I'm doing all right. I hear the YouTube video going in the background. Can you
Turn it down.
mute the YouTube video and then I'm gonna read the question. So the question is, in America, we are in year 2020. When did time start all over again? When did we go back to year one, counting from 2020? What year comes before that? Um, the year before that is what they call year zero, or what they call the proto-dynastic period. And this is what the Bible called the dark age. So they only started counting time when God said, let there be light. That was what the Gregorian calendar referred to, year one, day one. See, the deception is the god Atum was the first form of Christ, and this is why Christ is the God responsible for splitting time. Prior to year one, day one, they lost track of time. They was going around destroying the ancient calendrical systems, and we didn't have linear time. We had cycles of time, and what the Mayans had, like a Mayan calendar with different cycles of time, and they was tracking time in all of the different Taurus fields. The nature of time was taught different during those days. What we're being taught is time is not a linear thing. That's why we say history repeat itself. But they're teaching us linear time under this Gregorian deception. So you asked a good question. Yeah, prior to year one, day one, and year one, day one on a Gregorian calendar, God would have been creating Adam. But that wasn't what was happening. They was forcing people to accept this new God called Atum during that time. You see, God didn't make a history book and a calendar and start counting up to 2020 since that day. So they telling you we started time with the rise of our new God or new world order. Prior to this, you see what I'm saying? It was year zero, or that means dark age. It was suspended from time.
Oh my God. So we don't know what time we're in. Is that correct?
No one really knows, and that's because part of it is no one knows the age of the earth. See, the ancestors weren't given an age to things. They were just tracking the cycles of time. If we understand time moves in cycles, we can see why them pyramids keep lining up with certain constellations they make in a cycle. And that time is like a loop. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't really say the earth was a particular age. You know what I'm saying? But that's linear time given a start date. You know what I'm saying?
So, okay. So if that's the case, then the Bible is a complete lie then, because remember, before man even, if we go back to year one, and you're saying that the earth started with God, he started creating the earth with the light and sun. So there was light and sun day and night before year one. It had to be. Yeah. So are you saying that there wasn't day and night until year one?
No, the thing about it is this. Day and night and the seasons, all of this, what we see always existed. We had different ways to explain it. So what was happening was ancient societies simply studied the circuit of the luminaries and tracked their pattern. And they've understood that it wasn't a mishap. It indeed was a pattern that you can track because it moves in cycles. Now, they didn't have a God or a religion that was responsible for creating reality in a linear fashion based upon chronology. Chronos is Saturn. Let me break something down to you real quick, right? Here's the problem, sister. No one knows how old the earth is, but when you ask me what year it is, what are we referring to? We're asking you how old the earth is. So we know the earth older than 2,000 years old. That's why you asking me this, and you want to know what is the correct age of the earth. I think the earth is infinite. The ancestors didn't deal with the age of the earth. They was just tracking the cycles of time within the earth. So the thing is this right here. The reason we dealing with the age of the earth today, because they told you earth had a starting point and a death point like a human being. So for example, when you talk about time, we track time by the stars and the cosmos. But when a religion start and they tell you, hey, our God created this cosmos on this date, then they just told you how old the earth is according to when it was created in their Bible. Not how old it, yeah. So the earth is only 2,000 years old because the Bible is only 7,000 years old. You had a 5,000 year period where they was counting time down before Dark age. That's how you ended up at 0. They was doing a countdown. They was count time backwards.
What?
Yeah. So
is it fair to say that they're trying to say that humans weren't created until year 1, or were there really
There you go.
humans prior to 1? There wasn't humans. So is that why in the Bible God said, "Let us make man in our image and our liking," because they were prehistoric looking people that weren't human?
I'm saying all of that's fake. What I'm saying is that they giving you today's date 2020 based upon them counting down 5,000 years to year 0 and up 2,000 years now. So that will equal 7,000 years. And if you ask biblical scholars how old the Bible is, they'll tell you 7,000, 8,000 years old. So Jesus split time, but they was tracking history before Christ, remember?
Right.
So BC and AD, you know what I'm saying, equals 7,000 years. And they got the clock at 2020 because this would have been the 2,000 years after that 5,000 year period where Adam started. But you see what I'm saying? So they telling you that year 1, day 1 is according to what the Bible say. But when you look at the calendar, it is mimicking what the Bible say, even though we know the earth older than all Bibles, 7,000. You see what I'm saying?
So we'll never know what went on in those times.
Well, yeah, you could go to see, just because they weren't recording history prior to 7,000 years ago, is the trick is this, because you asking good questions.
I'm sorry, I'm just like so lost.
This is good stuff. Prior to 7,000 years ago, history was carved in stone. So when they giving you 7,000 years ago, they giving you written history. And that's when the Bibles and all that started to be printed. So they just deleted all of them thousands of years of stone carved history and said, hey, history didn't start till the paper began, till the Bible started.
And if I could add to that, one thing about it too that make it kind of like tricky. I always try to tell people like books was kind of the examples of the first cell phones, when people really started to rely less on their own memory, and it kind of one of those things with brain is a muscle, and you don't use it, you lose it. Like it's a difference between really knowing something and having to look back and reference in a book. Just like a rapper that know his material versus a rapper that got to read it off his phone.
So
it's like when you went back then, because everything was oral tradition, they told everybody everything and everybody remembered it. And the carvings, the symbols meant so many things because the pictures, is worth 1,000 words, that type of thing.
Okay, so I totally get how Brother Sanchez broke it down, being that the world started based on the Bible, being blah, blah, blah. So I'm just trying to figure out, all right, before year one, we will never know what was going on in the earth.
Yeah, you do. It's called, before what you're calling year 1, day 1, what was going on was a period called the proto-dynastic period.
Before year 1.
Yeah.
And what are some of the things that they have nothing recorded in history of what they were doing at that time, if humans even existed? Or
the proto-dynastic period is a period where they're getting into like Nakata. They got it separated into like Nakata 1, Nakata 2, Nakata 3. And what the Nakatas is basically a name they given to all of these stone civilizations that predate written history. And you can see all of their structures and figurines and spiritual systems. That's how I get all of my information for her story. I go back before the written history, and that's how I tell you what was going on before a tomb and all of that. It was a matriarchal type world where people was into goddess worship and stuff.
Could I just add something real quick?
So they were humans?
Yeah, people were humans. The evolution stuff is fake, sister.
No,
Yeah,
I know.
humans.
I'm thank God it is, but I mean, like, I don't know. I'm just.
See,
It was people just like me and you all the way back then. Like, it's a constant.
So there was
that's one thing about the cycle. That's one thing about the time that we were speaking of earlier. And I know that you don't believe in the evolution, but we do always tend to kind of expect some sort of development, some sort of, you ask, were we human? Like, or someone would ask, were we dumber or smarter? Whereas the Mayans, when you understand the cycle of times and the ages that we go through, then you understand that you're inhabiting a period. And that period, that block, is similar to the one that just preceded it. So that's how you could predict things, and that's how they could, predict events happening, because history, it doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, if you know what I'm saying.
That's not that can't be true though. I mean, I don't believe in evolution, but I do believe in reincarnation based on blood.
Of course.
I believe the world does repeat itself from humans' perspective. I don't think there's any new blood.
Right. So it's kind of like we agreed just there. Because when you understand it's just cycles of time, you know that you're infinite. You keep on coming back here for your lessons to be learned and for your karma to be worked out. But if you understood that it's just cycles of time, it's not like today and tomorrow will come and go, and the same energies won't align. And that's why we talk about what's so important in the flat earth, is because the stars and all the luminaries, they align after many, many, thousands of years and other little periods in between that. So by understanding the fact that it's a reliable flat surface, we can understand what has happened is going to come again. And if they keep us distracted with the games and the TV, then we won't be able to prepare ourselves.
So it's fair to say that we already have everlasting life, because we do.
And the thing that they've done in all of their spiritual system has been to convince us that we don't. That's why they'll tell you die, or you only live once, or everybody has judgment day. You see what I'm saying? As in, like, you only gonna pass once and go to afterlife for eternity. But it's like the clues is in it itself. It's like the afterlife is your eternity, because afterlife is just more life for an eternity. You continuously just reincarnate through bodies and just recycle all of the elements that we made of. Like you said, it's the same blood, it's the same water, all just recycled.
So, I better leave this alone.
Actually, if you think about it, back then it's gonna come back around again. Basically, long story short, if you see what's happening with women now in society, because they've been suppressed so long, it's kind of like when you pull back a bow and arrow. It's like that counter pressure or whatever. It's like the pushback is big. Now you see women getting major roles in these shows where they the main character, and they normally have the place that the male has been having as Christ in the past couple 1,000 years, like as the lead role, and they starting to put women in those positions. And it's just like, you could just see it through different media, different stories and stuff like that, and political storylines.
Do you know what? Hey, one of my friends said to me the other day, he said something like, just imagine if the women had the power before, like how Bro Sanchez does these, how would you call it? He puts these things together and he shows us certain things. And it's like, he said the females didn't want to give back the power, so the males had to try and take it back from them. Am I making any sense there? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
No. Can you try and put that in another perspective?
Okay, let me explain this right here. When we were living in matriarchal times, matriarchal doesn't mean that females held power. It means that the feminine aspect governed the society. But what we got to keep in mind is this. It means that the role of the mother was held in high regard as the creator being that we all come from her. But females did not hold power. When the goddesses ruled, when we was under the matriarchal system, females equally distributed power. So they didn't hold on to it like the patriarchs do and hoard the power in families. When the time of the goddesses was on earth, that's what Ma'at represent, the power being cut in half evenly and everybody equal distribution of power is what Ma'at and the Taurus field represent. If you think of an electromagnetic energy field, Earth equally distributes the energy field evenly to give you this donut shape. And we lived by that, to distribute the energy and power equally. And it was a matriarch, it was balanced. So you had a group of people rising up that felt like power shouldn't be distributed equally. If I can overpower you in a fight, you shouldn't have the same amount of power. I get, but what if he can outthink you? And that man may not have muscles, but he's responsible for the irrigation system that we got. So it became, well, I don't have to know how to think good. I can beat him up and make him build my city. But why should we be distributing power equally when a couple of males felt like, well, we'll build the strongest vessel and she's the weaker vessel? How does she get to distribute this power evenly? So you had a new type of thinking arising, the challenging the matriarchy.
So who do you think was responsible for thinking like that?
All of what sustains this world today is who's got the most aggression, the most what they call the alpha male, warlike. You know, we're in the age of the conquistadors, the people who got their power through bloodshed or got statues of them. So that shows you the very nature of what I'm talking about, of how it was a mentality arising on earth, if that, hey, why distribute power evenly if I can overpower you?
I understand. I do understand that, but I'm trying to say is, if the women was like on the throne, like, and the men was kind of going with that, do you think it was the European that came over and might have corrupted them and say, hey, look, you should be on the throne? Or do you think it began before the Europeans came over?
Well, it don't have nothing to do with a exclusive. This is not exclusive to races or people. What we find is that what we're talking about with the rise of patriarchy and Hun societies, it was the beginning of the New World Order. And I always say this, New World Order means just that. The world, not just, so this was a new way of thinking of this alpha male concept becoming rampant on earth like a new trend. And all the powerful men of all colors was saying, yeah, that's right. Like, yeah, man, why should we have to share the power?
Okay.
Now,
gotcha.
So it must have been some type of civilization or way of life prior to year one, which caused something to happen where we begin to follow the ideas and orders of a supreme being, aka God. Something had to happen.
You know, it seems like when you go back and you come to where we are now, it seems like we've fallen in and out of these types of, I guess, happenings. I guess because what we were saying before with the cycles of time. You know, you have the golden ages, the iron ages, the silver ages, and you know, that shifting, that patriarchy to matriarchy, that destroying and rebuilding, that is where the happening is. You remember, you can't have anything. Life doesn't exist in stagnant things, right? When a pond is stagnant, when it has nothing to stir it around, it has no oxygen to provide life. And life is full of ups and downs, you know, that up and down, that oscillation. So while we are coming out of this patriarchal mindset, where are we going to go? We're going to go back to the matriarchy, and then we're going to get there. Then the same thing is going to happen. We're going to have to now swing back into the patriarchy. You know what I mean? So it's not I've come to a realization that it's not something that what's happening now is not something that we should be afraid of and dread. It's something that we should speak out against and feel comfort in knowing that we're on the backward swing. We're on the swing back to consciousness. Plant-based diets are up, zoos are down, sea worlds are down, dairy industries are closing. You know what I mean? People are being exposed, child pornography, human sex rings, you know, and it may not be as fast as we want it to be, but in the grand scheme of quote unquote time, it really is happening quite fast.
So is it fair to say that we're probably will never get to 100% use of our brain, seeing that we're only working on 10% of it?
Probably even less than that.
Yeah, well now, yeah, that they're doing things to...
Every day we wake up, you know, the first thing we grab is our phone. We go on these social media sites. Like, we just do a lot of things that takes us away from the creator every single day when we wake up, you know. So, and every single day they are grooming like more idiots, to say, more like, you know, stupid people. So, and it's just like what the other guy just said. It's going to take time to come to change. It's going to take time, but it's coming eventually. I feel it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say this. We only use 10% of our brains, so they say. I'll say this to that. I don't think the 90% is dormant like they say. I think the amount of brain use percentage that a society uses is based upon how much they value thought. So in a capitalist world, thought ain't what's needed to get you to the top. Force is what's needed. And when you use force, you don't have to think to know how to shoot or drop a bomb, or, you know what I'm saying? So in the ancient world, we used 100% of the brain because the gurus of the society were the deep thinkers. You were rewarded by your thoughts, you know what I'm saying? The things you offered via knowledge that could invent green technology that'll help us communicate and interact better with nature and shit like that. Like what we going back to now. They want everybody to start thinking green. At first they realize we done fucked up so much. Now we got to kind of get them back smart a little bit, because we need, you know what I'm saying, to think green. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just, my mind just boggles I'm like, something happened. And we can't just have a Bible for the source, because we're never going to find out anything new if that's our only source.
They say that the true source is the sky, and that the Bible is actually written in the sky. And that's kind of what I believe, that if you look into the sky, that's the black mirror that our ancestors looked into. And when they looked into that black mirror, they saw themselves, and they saw the shapes and the patterns that their life was going to take on and follow. And I think that's what eventually got written into the Bible, but the true message has been hidden and obscured.
Yeah, definitely. And to add on to that.
But hidden from who?
From
who
you.
Is behind? Right, but I'm like, who is behind hiding what went on prior to year one? That's what I'm trying to get at.
There's many families, right? Like there's many different orders, different families, that like the Jesuit order, the Freemasonic order, different families that have a vested interest in keeping the masses dumb. Because when you keep the masses dumb, then you can present a thing called scarcity. And as soon as you can make your tribe or village or country think that something is scarce, they'll fight for it and they'll compete for it. So the whole media, the whole way we think in our daily lives, we think, there's not enough time in the day. I don't have enough money. I don't have enough job opportunities. It's always coming from a point of lack or scarcity. Even when we say, I want this, to say, I want to be happy, it entails that, we're not. So if you go back, say in a gatherer society where we're gathering berries and we're tilling the soil, if you can burn the crops, or if you can create a drought or a flood, you can create real scarcity, create a system where people keep on coming back to that, like the banks and stuff like that. So it's very intricate, and if you take your time to think about it, you probably won't even scratch the surface in a month or a year. But that's why we're here building up. But it's
So
the
is
fear.
man, I'm sorry.
Yep.
So is man, Brother Sanchez, is man controlling the weather we have?
I have a lot of evidence to show that the weather has been controlled for like the past 50 years. You haven't been getting a lot of natural weather or natural clouds.
And it's not even really like a conspiracy. Like, for example, China for the past 50, 60 years, they've been creating their own weather for their crops, right? Like they have so many people to feed that they couldn't depend on the weather's variances. So they actually would shoot like nitrogen up into the sky, create clouds or disperse clouds when they need it. And of course, that's going to affect the whole world.
So
yeah, if you go on YouTube and see a video called cloud seeding, it shows you the generator that they have in the field and when they release a cloud from the machine into the air.
And guess what? And these things are targeted. They've advanced the technology. They can make it drought in certain areas, flood in certain areas. They can distribute it. If you think about weather forecasting, they've have really evolved to such a godlike level. Forecasting used to suck. They used to tell you it'll rain one day and it didn't. But I'm saying now, if you look at forecasting today, just say a hurricane happened, they can tell you when it's gonna turn, the degrees of the angle when it turned, and it's like, hold up, one of y'all got a remote control for this shit.
Literally.
Yeah. So it's fair to say
it's
that
too accurate.
So it's fair to say that man can flood the earth if he wants to and start the damn world all over again.
No, he don't know how to cause what we call mass extermination. He'll never get technology to be able to do that. But he can.
But how did it happen before, Bro Sanchez?
I don't believe mass extermination ever happened. I think that they line with all the mass extermination stories and stuff like
But
that.
what about the flood stories?
I don't believe none of it. I believe there are some areas that was underwater that's above sea level today, but I don't believe that the entire earth, like Noah, ever happened.
Really?
Yeah.
And why is that? Because it's a one-sided story.
Well, no, because weather and all of that is paternal, meaning it work in patterns, and you would be able to predict this celestial flood to where we can prepare for it and start building boats like Noah did. People that live within the agricultural areas, they know when they're gonna get a fucked up crop. They predicted the weather and that. Talk to some farmers. They're so in tune with the weather, they know when to plant, when not to plant, and all of that stuff. So what I'm saying is, if you think of all the technology we got today, if there was a flood think about it, it would have to be, this wouldn't be a random event. If nature works in patterns, like how the people in Asia, they know when tsunami season is coming and when to move the fuck away from the shore, what time of the year that the tsunami's coming. We would have been figured out okay, y'all, the flood coming in about 10 years, start building your arks. That'll
Bro
be
Sanchez. Bro.
But I was taught that that flood was so horrific that it reached the sky, the waters, because they found fish where they shouldn't have been, which is on top of mountains, which means the flood was that high.
like
So
I
how do you
said, I do believe there are areas like, for example, after Hurricane Katrina, after the water went down, they found fishes stuck at the top of fence gates because when the water rose, they was trying to swim through areas with a fence over it, and they was like, "Wow, look at all the fish stuck in the little fence holes." You see what I'm saying? But I'm saying I do believe in floods. I don't believe in worldwide, what the entire earth in the water up to the sky. That's what I'm saying.
Yo, Sanchez,
Right.
what's up, bro?
What's good, Brendan?
Yo, what's crazy about floods, man, is I'm writing my third book, and it's a trilogy book, and then my second volume is kind of about 1800s, vibe, 1800 vibes, and yeah, man, I think a lot of places got flooded, and then they had to do some global resets. So, I mean, there is some truth to, let's say, like man-made flooding, but it's more about using Tesla tech and then kind of like, all right, we're going to get these people, we're going to make them refugees, and then we're going to kind of erase their history, destroy the architecture, blah, blah, blah. So it is interesting that, who knows what was going down necessarily and how destructive these mud floods were, But because, I guess if you're like a poet, it could come off like these are global floods because you see like millions of people dying,
Well, I think when you say a global flood, that leads to another thing. How do you flood a globe? But that's another.
Oh, yeah.
Right
Well,
there.
what I'm emphasizing, if you've seen like cities torn apart.
Yeah, but I'm just getting on something else now. Like if we were talking about the Noah flood, that
Right.
would probably be only possible on flat Earth. But now I'm just going somewhere else. Hold on, y'all.
Literally, I never thought about that though. Like, wow, because it's a
they say
bowl
that-
versus a yeah.
They say that the floods happen because the waters above came through the gates in the firmament. That's one of the stories that they tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes
So I'm
sense,
just like interesting if that happened, did man cause that to happen? Because it sounds like somebody was really frustrated and said, I'm going to destroy this. And that's what happened. So if that is true, then it's fair to say that if Earth is going to be destroyed, it can only be by the hands of man.
Yeah. Well, also there is a lot of like stories of comets, like a comet flies by, and then it causes electromagnetic cataclysms and famines. So I think there's a lot of evidence that comets kind of fucked it all up as well. There's probably like a million reasons. You know what I'm saying? There's probably like a million different reasons everything went down the way it did, because we just live in the information age, so we're just kind of picking up the pieces, but it's probably going to happen again. It's nothing
That's
special.
what I'm thinking. I'm really thinking that it's just going to happen because
I mean, they doing it now. They just using technology now, or even then they use technology, but they just doing it using stuff like 5G, doing stuff with the heart fires, like all of the hurricanes. Hurricane Harvey and all of these different hurricanes with names did not happen this frequent over 50 years ago. Period.
Yeah, we're getting like winds with names in England, in the UK right now. It's going crazy.
It's like these places, and the places that's getting hit is specifically targeted because either they didn't have a bank of ours, or you see what I'm saying, we trying to get some of their resources for cheap and then rebuild on the land and put our construction sites there. It's like it's happening to places where we have business Andovers only. It ain't just randomly happening. And then the way it happens, people are hearing explosions all the time instead of just water naturally from earthquakes. It's always an explosion first, and then earthquakes and tsunamis follow behind it.
That's why I'm really believing that it's controlled by a man. because if they want to just with Sodom and Gomorrah being destroyed, I think the story with Lot's wife turned into a pillar of salt, how the world was being destroyed. That was just one particular place. So it's fair to say that man can destroy an entire state or city.
Yeah. I mean, they do it. Even if you look at over there where Gaddafi's from, over there in Libya, blew that shit the fuck up.
Yeah.
Or if even if you want to look in Yemen, any of these places, the Middle East, like people keep thinking it just can't happen to them because it ain't happened to them. But these people are doing what happens when a great attack happens to your nation and everybody got to move and scatter out and go different places. Like when Egypt fell or when Rome fell, when all of these great places fall, the people that's left over end up all going and spreading out to the different locations where they can find solace. It's like it's the same situation, just repeated. People from America are gonna be trying to get into Canada. They're gonna be trying to go to Mexico. They're gonna be trying to go wherever they can go. That's better than ground zero when shit completely jumps the fuck off.
So you believe that this will be the civilization that will be destroyed because we've done so much harm?
Well, yeah, but this is what I say. When we say we've done so much harm, we can't put ourselves with the people in power. They've done so much harm.
Right.
We don't have control over this shit.
Well, yeah, I agree, but I just said we for the sake of this is the country that we're in. Of course.
It's like we definitely, like I said, we now is the time when we come together and really start to individually wake ourselves up and one another, because the cycle always happens over and over again to the civilizations, and everybody that has happened to left behind clues for you to know when it's happening. It's just like the patterns.
Brother Sanchez, I just believe it's going to start back over again and start at one again.
I feel like nature do got its way of
and you start back at one. Ooh, yeah.
Actually, remember when we did the calendar expose, when Bro Sanchez, when you did that, I want to say it was in 2017 or 2018, day one, year one, or the new long count calendar, so to speak, back on original time synchronization.
Oh, that Aquarian age stream?
Yeah, the Aquarius age stream. It's like really, we all really should have been counting the days and recording it for ourselves just to really see if they really are doing something with the calendars and the time. Because unless you record it yourself and we just going by what they going, that's the shit.
How I heard it was you tell the age by wherever the sun is on the spring equinox, like the constellation the sun is in front of during the spring equinox.
Now listen, what are you telling the age of?
I think that we still on a cusp between the Pisces and the Aquarian age. I don't think we made it yet.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because Pisces is such a big constellation that it's taking longer than that average 2,000 years that they try to generalize. But I do think that it's interesting that we talked about floods and like the Aquarius is like the water bearer. So we may enter it with some type of flood, but who's to say? Never know.
I don't know. I think more Virgo.
I mean, they have been soaking shit up. I ain't even gonna lie to you, but I wouldn't rather them burn this motherfucker down either, or blow it away. So I mean, I guess it's just like what it's gonna be. It's gonna be. They doing different things in different places because they doing all of it.
Well, me personally, I don't really follow the star signs and all those things. I don't really read too much into them. If it happens, it happens. I think these things are just more distractions, really.
Okay. Well, I don't know. It's just a lot of unanswered questions, and I'm just not with the fairy tales no more. I can't. So many people use the Bible as one source, and that's just not doing it for me. I'm sorry.
because it don't tell you nothing that you can actually do something with. It's like, where am I getting power from this? How can this stop this military force that's oppressing me? How can this stop my water and food from getting poisoned? Because I done prayed to my God, till I was blue in the face and blue in the man, but that shit ain't seem to be working.
It's not, and I think it was just made just to control us.
Like you can't condemn a person's faith because you don't fucking get it. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not condemning their faith.
It's not
It's
what
condemning. When you put it like this: when you are part of a spiritual system that destroys the world around it, it's not about destroying their faith. It's about self-defense at this point. Look at what Christianity has done to the world. Look at what Islam has done to the world. None of these religions we talking about, hold on, none of these religions we talking about didn't come through slavery or did not come through slavery. All of them came through slavery. So they can have that shit back. Give me something that didn't come from slavery, and then we can even talk about it. But until then, anybody that's coming with something shorter than that, they're not helping us go anywhere further. And if anything, they're keeping us back.
All right, let me say this, Quentin.
Hey, hold on. Let me give a shout out to the brother Citizen, man. And a shout out for the Stowe Niggas United as well. Go ahead, y'all.
Hey, what's going on? Let me say this right quick. I just jumped in, man. How y'all people doing? Now, if we look, what's happening, man? How y'all feeling, man? Love all y'all. Now, look, if we look at religion, right, and we take the dogma out of it, and we take the symbolism out of it, and we take everything out of it, faith is nothing but an entity of a type of people and the way they move. Now, what's happening is these people is using the symbolism and the dogma as factual things versus this people saying, like, say you're a Christian, right? They're saying he's not God. Basically saying that Donald Trump is not God. That's what they were saying back then, right? So that's what Jesus, the fake, we all know Jesus is an allegory, but what we're saying is that entity that's saying the elite is not the almighty is the same thing he was doing and they got crucified for it. So that was subliminally telling us, y'all better not stand up against us. This is how they use the religion against us. But in reality, it's marking Jesus as a normal man and then speaking the truth and then getting hung on a cross. That's a subliminal message. That's the energy they trying to fuel. Instead of, man, Jesus was fake and y'all fake. Y'all not gods and y'all ain't the Most High. And that's how we got to move for real. But when you take that faith from them people, they lose all of it entirely instead of just saying Jesus fake, okay? They lose their whole thing when you break it down. So you don't want to destroy their faith while telling them they being duped. But go ahead.
I hear that, Sergio.
I was just saying that it's much more complex than just like, you know, a pseudo atheistic, materialistic perspective. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just be like, oh, Christianity's bullshit. And it's just like you walk around the world.
Oh, no, put it this way. It's like
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Christianity's bullshit. I mean, I was raised as
watered down.
Well, look. Here's the thing.
You don't give nobody a clear understanding of God. So for that aspect, and because it was something used as a tool specifically for slavery, yeah, we can shit on it because it didn't help white people, it didn't help black people, and it didn't help no other kind of people. For real.
And
see
look,
what I'm saying?
I'm gonna just speak on a just human rights level. Christians can say Islam is bullshit, and they do say that. A lot of Christians will tell you that Muslim thing, they the devils, they going to hell. That's some bullshit religion. Christians will tell you pagan religions like voodoo and all that is bullshit. In fact, it's witchcraft and it's evil. So if Christians can express their opinion on other religions, people can express theirs on Christianity.
Yeah, but it's much more complex. You guys just keep saying like redundant stuff that people have been saying since like, who knows? You know what I'm saying? It's like the same old shit.
You keep saying it's much more complex.
Yo, I can't believe you're getting butthurt, man.
I'm not getting butthurt. It's just kind of like when it comes to like new age, everyone starts like holding hands and singing kumbaya. But yeah, if someone has faith and let's just say some scripture, all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's bullshit. But yeah, people believe in crystals.
But that's not where I'm coming from, sir.
I think there's probably truth in everything that's out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There must be truth
and I think you're more along the lines of that as well, Brandon. I don't think like you're like if you don't believe, because a lot of hardcore Christians in the books it says as long as you take the blood of Christ, then But I don't think you're like that. So. But I think there is truth in everything that's out there, or else people wouldn't adhere to it at all. Like you got to use the truth and manipulate that and keep a lot of the truth in there so it resonates with a lot of people.
Yeah, and it's also difficult to just kind of like, put things in a box because the human experience is very complex.
The fact of the matter is when people take the Bible so seriously, that's when people got a problem. But when we bring out the secrets and the allegories, then that's when we talking real business. So for people to be following this book, it just don't make no sense. That's why we be bagging on it, because you're not supposed to do that, and it makes it look ridiculous.
It's literally like somebody banging on us over Star Wars. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like this is something, and I'm not hating Star Wars. Star Wars has a lot of good facts and life lessons in it on the way to live as a person. But that don't mean you take all the lore and stuff in it literally, as these people were not fictional characters. You feel what I'm saying? It's like the point of it was told for the lessons to be told, not for the characters to be taken literally as historical figures.
And let me say this to Brandon. Brandon, I want to ask you a question. Do you have a problem with an adult believing in Santa Claus?
I don't have problems. I don't have problems. It's just you can't just have a conversation and just kind of put everything under the rug. It's just kind of like.
No, that's all I wanted to know. Like if you saw a grown man when Christmas came saying, "Hey, Santa Claus brought me a new car," Brandon, what would you say to him?
Well, it's just one of those things. I mean, if Santa Claus is a fictitious character, a document that all these, et cetera, then yeah, I mean, that's just what his belief system is. But
you ain't no good friend, man.
I grew up a Christian. Hey. First I want you to know all of us damn near grew up Christians. So I'm not banging on it from a standpoint.
Look here. Hey, Brandon let his homeboy get laughed at in front of the women. I tell my homeboy, hey, boy, that Santa Claus shit ain't real. How old are you, digga? I get him right. I break his heart right there.
Yeah, but it's also like it's like if you believe in, whatever the case, it could be Santa Claus. It could be the state. It could be.
Hey, you want to know the dream they selling y'all? Hey, let me tell you what they selling y'all with Christianity.
It doesn't matter. Like,
yeah. No, listen, hold on, bro. It's cool. I ain't boxing with you. Now, here's what they selling with Christianity. Daddy left the house, but he coming back. Your daddy ain't coming back. You don't know what your mom did to make your dad leave. Your dad got a whole nother thing going on, but daddy coming back. So now as a kid, you sitting there like, I can't wait till daddy come home. Until you go 3 years and daddy don't come back, you be like, okay, that was a lie. That's what Christianity is, man. It's a lie, bro, but it got faith in it and it got truth in it. You know what they say, hide the truth between two lies, and the devil is the greatest deceiver. So when you search for that truth, you got to deal with the devil. Never mind that part. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, I'm not knocking Christianity, Brandon. I was raised a Christian from a child. Okay, I was raised under Hebrew Israelite faith from a child all the way to age till, I decided to get away from it, which was in my late 40s. What I'm saying is when you get exposed to other things, as you become an adult, things from the Bible become questionable. And I wasn't getting the answers that I could digest from the leaders in the church, and it's like you become a troublemaker when you ask questions. So I'm not going to sit in no congregation if I'm labeled a troublemaker if I have a question that doesn't make sense in the Bible. And that's the
And
problem
it's
I have
not
with
like I'm saying it from like when we say this stuff, it don't come from a place of hate or nothing like that, bro. Like you gotta remember, like it's not like a diss personally, because I'm not an atheist. Like I didn't leave Christianity then and say, nah, fuck God, I don't believe in God. It's Christianity doesn't give you a clear enough understanding or definition of God. You see what I'm saying? Like they give a very biased thing of what God is, a very human-like characteristic of what God is. They give God personification instead of letting God be just rawly what God is.
Yeah,
they make man God. They make we is a God. Don't get it twisted. But they try to make man the Most High, and the Most High is more than human. Is more than fleshly. Is more than anything you can imagine. It's everything. It's light. It's dark. It's fake. It's real. It's everything. Right. So now, once they try to make man that's where the fucking lie come in.
I want to know this though, and this is a real question, and I want to know why the God of the Bible is fixated with male foreskins.
Say, ask that question again, brother. Say it again.
I'm just being funny, man. But the God of the Bible, look. No bullshit. I ask all Christians this: the God of the Bible be requesting the foreskins from the male. You know what the foreskin is, Brendan?
Hey, but he can have it though, cause I'm glad, bro. I'm glad I'm not walking around with foreskin though. That's one thing.
Hey man, I don't need you making me feel bad. Don't be dissing us non-foreskin ass niggas because we got mutilated by the damn medical industry. Matter of fact, I got PTSD.
Bro, I got the hair to acclimate, and I don't got the hair that y'all motherfuckers running through the jungle and shit. Listen, bro, my feet hurt if I walk barefoot. I'm a fucking straight descendant. And I'm trying to break the branch, you understand? But I know by my genetical makeup, I'm skinny and all this. Man, I'm a god, bro. I'm what they call, never mind, I started ranting. Go ahead.
Hey, man, your ancestors weren't circumcised.
But maybe the reason why, bro, Sanchez, guys asking for the foreskins, maybe it's a lady. Maybe have you considered that could be a lady and she wants some wee-wee?
Hey, but what's she gonna do with just the look? What's she gonna do with just the foreskin? Now think about this, right? Think about this. Now hold up, but check this out.
She gonna build one big one out of the foreskin or something?
Yeah, but check this out.
I'm just saying. When you say foreskin, she probably mean the whole wee-wee, but just asking it as a foreskin.
But check this shit out though. Check this shit out though, right? This the same God that told you to drink a little cup of my blood and eat a little piece of my flesh. Now, to this day, we don't know exactly which piece of his flesh you eat in that community. It might be foreskin.
That's why I said it could be a male, and she probably talking about her coochie.
That's crazy. No. But do women have foreskins?
Well,
they get circumcised, but it ain't foreskin.
The labia.
It's the labia. I saw some clitorisuses where you like.
It's like we always got to remember we was included with everything in the package as is, so it ain't nothing that should have been cut off. Like Dr. Sebi say, the human body should
let me
be cut
take
off.
this. Let me take this because this is deep. I'm gonna let you go, bro.
No, I'm gonna give it right to you. I done saw some.
The man's the same as the woman's labia, so it's like it doesn't have like nerves, they say, so it's equivalent. But when I'm hearing you guys talk about all this, I'm thinking we're laughing at these people for believing in this stuff, obviously. And I was just like on the highway the other day, just looking at everybody going to work, coming back home from work, going to the TV, reading the news, believing. We're still in the same state of like just believing what they put out there for us to believe, whether it's a ridiculous foreskin story or whatever. or
No. Hey, bro, I'm gonna give it right back to you. We talking about the heinous of this. They're talking about cutting penises heads off, bro. This is really deep. We ain't just like it's just
Not, and then it get deep. It get deep into the placenta and shit too. Cause how we born, we don't come out whole. They sit here and snap our umbilical cord in the placenta, and we supposed to come with that. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to be connected, and it's like on like some Roman Vatican law shit. How they claim our bodies is we come as an abortion. Like legally, we come as an abortion. Because you're supposed to have like 3 parts to you, and then they sit here and cut it all off and ship it away. So
that's true.
There's some deep shit that I have to connect on and get back to y'all about that. But y'all should research that shit because they eating placentas for a reason and shit.
Hey, look, bro, it's called lotus birth, right? You got females having babies, right? And they don't disconnect the placenta from the baby for like 3 weeks, right? They let the placenta dry all the way out like a raisin. It's the raisin in salad, right? Where it sucks everything from the placenta. Now, what happens with this child is they more or less of a golden child. They got immunity to so many things where you don't need to be vaccinated. Now, some things your kid do need to be vaccinated. This is where they hide the poison. 3 of them they need, the other 6 they don't, right? So, boom. They give them the 3 they need. Yeah, baby's healthy. Yeah. And then they start giving them the shit that's going to catch up with them when they 28 years old. Never mind that part. What I'm saying is on a lotus birth, they let the baby drain every nutrient out the placenta, right? They got to look the shit up. They got to pad the placenta. They got to water it. They got to keep it moist, sort of like a plant, right? And when the baby sucks everything out of it, the mom cut the umbilical cord.
Now
like
listen.
6 weeks later.
Now what you think about this drop? I know this another topic, but look at my screen, everybody. You know they also eat the placenta because the animal kingdom eat they placentas. What y'all think about that? Here go the recipes.
Look, and let me add on to that because in some languages a placenta is the cake means placenta. It's like birthday cake. So every birthday you eating a placenta symbolically.
And if you an animal and you born and you not all the way together, immediately the mom eats you, bro, and spit you out. She don't digest you. This is how deep it is. They just kill you. They don't really like eat you. They just kill you like you ain't stand a chance. It's sort of like pulling a plug on a human, man. That shit was deep, bro, Sanchez. Man.
I want to know why they eat the placenta, because the animals do too. But damn, yeah.
It got all the internal nutrients that you was getting directly from the moms, the bloodstream and all of the other kind of stuff that she was giving in its natural, in its unexposed to the air form, I guess you could say.
There was a post in the Washington Post that said you shouldn't eat your placentas, and researchers warn against it. You think because they trying to keep us from something, or we really shouldn't?
The baby should eat it. Like bro said, the baby should eat it. The baby should eat it, not the woman. But the woman's the next best thing. The woman's is the next best thing, because if you don't eat it, then they gonna eat it. You know what I'm saying? The powers that be. No, not the baby, not the baby eating it, but like you said, let it drain and let it, do that 3-week process.
Hey, listen, what you was finna say, Masterpiece?
Hey, bro, Sanchez.
Well, quickly, I was
go ahead.
Say that our bodies, like no matter if the organ is from an animal or a human, our bodies are not meant to digest flesh or organs or blood corpuscles. So by the time it digests in you, you're just basically digesting a nutrient dense scab. Now that
I'm gonna give it right to you. The body can't digest blood, but it can digest all flesh. But go ahead.
No, you can't. When you swallow something, it's going into your digestive system. That means the acids are gonna break it down, and it's gonna move into your liver and into your small intestines. And by the time it does that, blood is blood, and it's gonna basically cook in the acid into a scab, into clumps of mass. dead
Oh,
corpuscle.
okay.
Now,
Okay.
even if there's nutrients in it, it's just the same as a vitamin pill. Yeah, there's nutrients in it, but they're dead. It's not like they're enzymatically alive and charged, and when you put it in you, it's going to give up its life and, you know what I mean, use its own enzymes. So, I mean, I get that the animals do it, but the animals are living in a state of survival, and that's why when a baby comes out, like maybe with 3 legs or not breathing right, they do kill it. They kill it then and there so that it doesn't have to, A, endure a life of pain because they don't got hospitals, and B, it's not going to slow down the pack. It's not, it's not going to put the other babies at risk. You know what I'm saying?
The reason why the mother eats the placenta of the animal is because sometimes the mother is gone without food and she needs to re-energize herself. And another reason is why predators don't get a whiff of the newborn, so they have to eat it very quick. You understand?
Yeah.
Hey, give that boy a hand of an applause. And another thing is that shit helps in the cell, though. If we put that placenta on a scale versus a steak or a cabbage or a orange, that placenta got the most value of any food you can ever eat.
Y'all are like these elite people that's eat, y'all cannibals, and y'all cannibals. See,
it's cannibalism. It's cannibalism. You know?
No, what I'm saying is the placenta, right? Listen, here's what I'm saying. If everything that formed life came through that placenta and that mom eat it, the next born she has will be that much smarter. Sort of like if you have a kid right now, today, and then you have a kid 3 years later, that kid 3 years later will be smarter than the kid you had today of when you had them kids. It's
but one thing I'm sorry to cut you off is that when you look in the animal world, most births, I mean, I'm talking like shit, I'll even say like 80 to 90% of births, the litter is done in one go. It's not like the deer is gonna have a baby and then 2 years, oh yeah, I'm ready to have another child.
Now, you don't mean to cut you off. Now, if I bred dogs, right? I had the dopest. Anyway, never mind that part.
Yeah,
I breeded dogs, right? Now, when I had my stud was 1 year old, right? And I had puppies. Man, I had like 6 puppies, maybe 8 in all, but 2 of them, one of them died, another one a runt, right? When he became 3 years old, straight 13 puppies, everything pedigree. So that let me know his DNA structure as he became an adult. It's versus like if you had a baby when you was 50 years old, that baby gonna be so wise because everything you learned came through your sperm into that egg. Now, if you have a baby when you 19, yeah, that little nigga gonna be bad as hell, bro. You ain't even woke up yet. So now you got this badass kid running around like, bro. Now have the same baby when you 27.
Is there some truth to that?
But also
my kids is the truth to it, and my grandkids. I got grandkids and kids, and my grandkids is way smarter than my kids was at the same age, and I'll test anybody to that.
I hear you on that, but let's just say we're keeping it to like physical, like not like the consciousness and the wisdom. A 50-year-old couple having a baby, the chances are, the nutrient density.
A 50-year-old have a baby with a 21-year-old, and watch how wise that kid be, and watch they say that kid got an old soul, guaranteed. But go ahead.
Okay, but I feel you on that because obviously the wiser the parent is, the chances for the child to be wise is I hear you on that. But let's just talk about when we're saying eating the placenta and you get more nutrients for the next child. When you eat the placenta, again, it's dead nutrients. They're not alive. They're not breaking itself down. The enzymes aren't spinning.
Yeah,
yada, yada,
masterpiece.
yada.
You definitely right in that regard. I feel like the only way the placenta is supposed to go back
in the baby. It's literally a part of the baby.
I feel like the only way the baby is supposed to take it is to let it finish going into it and not disconnect it. Like you said, to eat the placenta itself is probably not the
Oh, dude, right? Hold on, stop, dog. You ain't gotta crucify me. You right for me reaching like that. Hold on, pass the mic, bro. You try. I did reach with that, and you trying to throw your dagger in me like Garfield. Listen, hold on, stop.
The placenta drains into the child, then the nutrient density of the placenta itself is now low because the child has it. So now you can disconnect it, throw it away, maybe keep it for memory's sake, whatever, but please do not eat it.
And I'm gonna say this too. The way they preparing this placenta don't look healthy because they frying it. They got a fried recipe. You can get fried placenta.
Oh God, that sounds so gross.
And you know, if black people was eating placentas, we gonna get the fried recipe.
Hey, you know you gotta break out that Lori's. Let me get that Lori's, nigga.
Hey, a fried placenta with hot sauce on it.
You hear me? Call it chillers. The motherfuckers sound like chillers.
Placenta batter, yo.
Man, hold on, stop. Listen, bro. Before I fuck this, my bad. I be fucking the show up. Sorry for that. Listen, you don't eat the placenta orally. You let the baby suck the placenta to a raisin. Once y'all get to talking about eating them, man, I'm not eating nothing other human. No, I'm gonna let my baby suck it dry and then cut it. And if you eat it, that's on you. I don't know. You eat it.
When you gotta remember, it's like I feel like naturally, yes, but I'm like what Masterpiece said as far as it basically just being a big scab over nutrients. You know, with the elite being the type of motherfuckers they eat. I mean, you know, eating the way they eat, eating all kind of organs, hearts and shit, and you know,
do all that shit.
No, so it's like I wouldn't put that past them eating the whole placenta, but naturally, I'm pretty sure that wasn't something we always did on that type of tip. I'm pretty sure, like you said, we just let the stuff go into the baby.
There's a cold too. There's a whole nother part too. It's called the cold. That's like over the baby's head. So it's like when they born, it's like they're born in like a balloon over their head. It seems like, and then what they do is they they rub a paper on it, like a paper cloth, and then they give it to you as an heirloom. So what this is like, they said sailors used to eat the baby's cold so they can go out to sea or some shit to help them from drowning or some bullshit.
That's it. Man, they weren't eating no babies. Listen, man. This
goes back to maritime law. This goes back to maritime law and how they claim you and shit. Because how we're born and births, this all goes back to births and how we're born.
Yeah, yo.
Super sensitive baby, right? Listen, let me tell y'all what they do. It's like 3 sentences. I'm going to pass the mic because I am acting weird. Mind me for that. But listen, they super shock the baby, right? They throw fear into the baby, right? Then they kill the baby and they drain the blood, bro. They don't be eating no goddamn babies. Then they drink the blood and they get this euphoric. Never mind. Y'all go ahead.
Oh, just give me a damn fried pork chop. I'm good. That's just horrible.
So how we born? So with our birth certificate and shit, they like the Vatican claimed us. I know about adrenochrome.
You guys are crazy.
Yeah, them motherfuckers is crazy people, man. I mean, and listen, here's how. I don't even know if I should say this, but here's how, like Queen Elizabeth or somebody, right? Here's how they live so long, right? They keep a 15-year-old organs in their body. Never mind that part. Go ahead. Allegedly. What the fuck?
That's right. I believe they live long. I really believe they living long because of that movie, Get Out. Taking people body parts. You remember that movie Out?
Hey, who at the industrial site?
Who at the flip hanger?
Them trucks on the move, goddammit. Go ahead, yo.
But it be some powerful people. Hey, listen, let me say this, and I'm a mute for real this time. I ain't even lying. It be some powerful people watching, hey, listen, and I want to tell y'all powerful people watching, man, and we trying to move, man. Period. It's like people out here that can really change the demographics that's listening. And we gotta change the demographics on how we getting played out here. But man, y'all go ahead.
Hey, back to the center thing real quick. What I'm starting to realize.
Hey, hold on, wait a minute. Whoever that is at this damn industrial site need to mute their microphone. Hey,
my bad.
Hey, Bro Sanchez.
Yeah.
Hey, can I say this? What do you think about it? You know the percent off with the baby. I was thinking maybe there is a reason why you have to cut it off. Just the same reason why there's a period where the baby is supposed to finish with the breast milk. It's supposed to finish with the blood sac and then move on to the breast milk. You understand? Because
hold up, say that again. It's supposed to.
It's like the baby's supposed to take in the blood, and then when it's time to come out of the mother, it goes into the milk now. So the blood is supposed to stop, and it's milk time now. If that makes any sense. So I don't think it's supposed to be taking all of the blood from the sac.
Well, there's a lot of different hormones and nutrients that are contained in the sac, and it's always like pumping, and the pumping direction is from the sac to the baby. So like that's why they have to clamp it off to stop that blood flow. And when they stop that blood flow, they're stopping that last bit of nutrients. Did you know that you can grow, say, like a berry shrub, and as that berry is growing, it's containing more and more nutrient density. But did you know that, like in the last week before it's ready to drop, or like the fruit is ready to drop, that's when over 80% of the nutrients are delivered into it? It's almost like, your child's getting ready to go to school. You're leading up to the months, and then right before it goes off to school, you get the blanket, you get the lunch, you get the school supplies. You just pack it with everything you need, and then it departs. So when that baby makes its descent out, that throbbing, that shouldn't be clamped off. That should keep on going. That is giving it just that little top up of bioimmunity, of nutrients and other minerals. So it's definitely.
Wow. I think I see what you're saying, bro. It's kind of like you going on your first day of school and a motherfucker snatching your book bag and saying, figure it out in their head. The books to all your class and your supplies in there.
Yeah, you got everything you need, like if you that's why when you pick an apple like straight off the farm, it's so much more tasty and healthy than one that you get in a grocery store that's picked 2 weeks earlier before the tree had a chance to really give it all of its nutrients at the end.
Yeah, but then I agree and disagree, because I mean, we learn a lot from the animal kingdom, and I don't see the animal kingdom of any worse with them eating the umbilical cords. I've never seen them leave the umbilical cords on and anything good comes of it. It's just gonna fall off.
Right, but now listen, I get to get the mic because I have saw it. Like I said, I bred pit bull puppies, right? The female had a puppies, right? Eat the placenta and then eat the sac of all the puppies, right? Not throw nothing up, right? And then start licking the puppies, right? And still don't throw nothing up and digest all this shit and then feed the puppies, right? That's exactly what happened in a natural animal life. I don't know what happened in a human life because it's been altered. Animals have not really been altered until you get these exotic animals that die off and become extinct. But the natural animals have not been altered, only humans. My bad for the rant. Y'all go ahead.
What I'll say is that, like, a lot of times, like when we greet people, we're not sniffing, each other's butts, and we don't like bark at each other or like pounce on like rats when they run by. You know, we a lot of times compare ourselves to the animal in some aspects and then leave it alone in other aspects. So in regard to like the vile things that they do, like hunting down the weak and then eating, like tearing its skin up before it's even dead and digging out its like stomach, it's something that we would never do, amongst many other things. Bury bones, like you ever eating oxtail or jerk chicken and you go to your backyard and bury those bones and dig it up later, you know? So
Masterpiece. Like, we not gonna hunt down a cow and just bite it with our bare teeth.
We can't, right? So yeah.
Let me say this to y'all right quick. You and Bro Sanchez woke me up.
We had the muscle strength or the snouts to do that. So
right, listen, you and Bro Sanchez, right? I've been woke, but y'all two motherfuckers make me realize how woke I was. So go ahead, Masterpiece. My fault.
It's all good. So when it comes to the placenta, you know, we shouldn't be like, yo, but animals do this because, you know, they're animals, you know what I mean? And they really are subjected to what we do. You know, we want a new development. Now the raccoons got to start going in our garbages, and now the birds got to find, you know, more worms instead of fresh berries and seeds, you know? So everything is in a state of flux, you know what I mean? So, but we can't look at the animal kingdom for everything.
I can agree with you on that. Definitely. Anybody else want to interject with anything?
Absolutely. You know I'm an interjecting person. Hey, now listen, Masterpiece, I got a challenge for you, right? I want you to draw like the placenta, the ovaries and everything of a female, right? I want you to draw this shit, right? I want you to paint this shit and all that, but I want you to mix it with the fake ass galaxy they give us, the flat earth and all that. Now once you start drawing this ovary, right, you're gonna have the base of it, and then you're gonna see how the earth they hide in. Everything is straight in nature, man. Everything they hiding. You know what I'm saying? So when you make that picture, right, you go to the next picture and draw a tree with a ripple effect. But in every ripple, you can turn it to whatever your brain do, right? You're going to have like 4 or 5 masterpieces, bro, that's going to sell for a lot of fucking money. I don't care when it sells. You know what I mean? Because you cold as hell with that shit. So do the ripple effect. Do the ovaries buzzkill.
That sounds like some undertaking right there, because I wouldn't be able to do a simple thing. I would have to be like detailed.
Yeah, like a 6-month project per one. You know what I mean? Where you working with it and you putting it to the side and you doing your freestyle drawing. But when you working with this, you like, I got another vision. Okay, boom. And now you done added the Atlantic Ocean and the Pacific to the ovary, and then the waters break, right? Boom. And now you at the bottom part of the picture and you like, okay, what can I draw that's making the waters break? Now, 10 years from now, that picture is going to be worth so much money because of symbology. This is how the Bible conquered. This is how the Quran conquered. This is how they made symbolisms to the truth. And you can do your own truth, man. Symbolize it so people can see it. And if you can see it, you can visualize it, then you know the truth. You know what I mean? It's when they symbolize fake shit and we take it for the truth versus the truth symbolized. Symbols rule the world, man. Off top, but go ahead, my fault.
Well, you know, remind me of that in a little bit. Right now, I got like a couple projects I'm working on, but one of them is like a space to show my art. So definitely, you know, I'll keep that in mind, and because it sounds like something that I definitely want to do. I can see it now even.
Hey, what I think happening, first of all, is I don't even think we live, bro.
Yeah, I think we're live.
All
I was
right,
gonna say something to the people actually, and everybody on the panel actually, is that there's something that I found out. Hold on, baby, 1 second. There's one thing that I found out over this past year, and that is how much power we have in visualization. There's this book that I've been listening to every night, basically like religiously, called the Science of Getting Rich. Now, obviously, the methods in there are just methods and principles to become a greater person. Waking up early, setting your intention, and just being a high performance person. And I'll tell you, anybody out there listening, if you guys have like some sort of itch that you've been waiting to like pursue, some sort of passion, or you go to your 9-to-5 job and you look at someone doing what you want to do and you say, damn, I wish I could do it. It may seem scary to like leave the job or to start pursuing it after hours, but I'll tell you right now that if you just do it and you face that fear, you're gonna succeed if you don't give up on yourself, because the only recipe to success is determination and persistence. And so just go out there and live your dreams, guys, everybody out there, because you have a dream and you have a gift to give to this world, and you just gotta go do it.
And what makes facts what you said is how many people done got fired and enter a better situation where they lost their job and then they entered their dream. They actually, okay, all right, y'all done fired me. Now I'm gonna run my YouTube channel for 6 months. Then get another job. Now my YouTube channel doing its thing without me there, and I'm still working my job, right? And then I raised to the top of the job, right? And guess what? They fire you, right? They fire you. Now you get 6 months of the same money for free as you would for another job. You see how this works? So boom, you keep clocking the system, right? Now here's why you clock the system. When income tax roll around, I clock the system, give me my money, right? I put all that up every single year. Next thing you know, I'm 38,000 in the bank, but I ain't even reading it, because if I read it, I'm gonna compute it into my normal lifestyle. So I don't read it for like 3-4 years. Then boom, I read it, and I'm like, okay, boom, okay, what? Because trust the process. So now you work 40 bands, you probably got like 1,000 in your pocket, and you probably got like 2,800 on your work card, right? Never mind that part, man. Y'all go ahead. My fault. I be ranting. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Basically, yeah, that's a very important thing with what you said about being fired. Like, you could either, if you really want something bad enough, the universe is gonna put it into motion so that it comes, and it could come in the form of you getting fired. But what would you rather? Go through those emotions of, oh no, I got fired, and kind of be left on your toes, like, what am I gonna do next? Or make that move? You know what I mean? It's sort of like you're in a bad relationship and it should end, but instead of getting broken up with, you really got to think about what you want. And even though it may be hard, you got to do the breaking up. You know what I mean? You got to get over. Either way, it's going to be hard. You're going to quit your job. It's going to be hard. You're going to get fired. It's going to be hard. But when you make the decision, then you're much more prepared to handle that next level of turmoil, which is like lack of money, maybe lack of transportation or lack of feeling of purpose. But either way, make that decision, and don't think that, oh, I might not make it. Stop thinking of the reasons why you won't be able to go and do something for yourself, and think about all the reasons why you can do it. You're young enough. It doesn't matter how old you are.
Let me give y'all the secret on saving money. Here's how you save money. I hope y'all listening. I'm going to say it one time. You cut your habits in half and put the money up. So say you a cigarette smoker, right? Only buy 1 pack a week instead of 4 packs, right? They go $21, right? Say you a weed smoker. Man, only buy a 20 bag, bro. You don't need no whole half a weed for the week. Fuck it. When you smoke it up like a dummy, you gotta suffer, right? They go another 50, right? So now you start seeing other things manifesting itself. Now, I can do this, I can do that, I can do. Now, boom, don't even get fooled by that. Stick to your process. Because now you're trying to spend your money somewhere else. No, don't spend nothing. And then when they get to a certain amount, treat yourself so you don't be wanting to spend the money. So now I'm going to treat myself. Boom, man, there you go, man. I just bought 100 and that shit was only like $600. I saved like 1,000, bro. So I'm still 400 up. You dig me? And I'm going to keep trusting the process. And when I get eager, I'm going to treat myself. I'm just treating myself so I can keep grinding. I can keep putting this shit away. But the main goal is for my grandkids to do away with money, not me. If I think I can do away with money, how selfish would that be? If yeah, fuck money, da 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 da. And then you know how many kids are starving? All of us said fuck money right now. It's a process, man. We got to go through the process, and in 11 years, it's going to be fuck money. Not 11 months. My bad for the rant. I keep doing that weird shit. My fault.
Nice. It's all love, man. It's all love. But listen to the panel and to the chat room. I'm going to be jumping off now. It's getting late over here. I'm on the London time over here, you know.
What time is it out there, bro?
It's about now. It's just come 11:30 in the night.
Man, 11:30 ain't shit, bro. Niggas getting off work right now. I'm just fucking with you, man. Niggas working graveyard shifts. I'm not niggas, everybody. People working graveyard shifts, man. They just getting off, right? They everybody else working. They kids been enduring the streets, right? Listen, you got moms, right? That went to work at 3:30, bro. They get off at 11:30, 12 o'clock, right? They kids got out of school at 3:30, man. They got like an 11-year-old that's supposed to take care of the other two that's 6 and 9, right? So the 11-year-old taking care of the 6 and 9 from 3:30 to 12 o'clock, right? The mom come home with food from McDonald's, some straight poison shit, right? Here y'all go. And go to sleep, bro. This is how they condition poor people. This is why they can't come up, man. Like, for real. This really what's going on. I feel if you working them hours, man, give me 30 an hour. Off top, I don't care if I'm working at the gas station. Give me 30 an hour. I'm working these weird ass hours, bro. When when everybody's supposed to be asleep, getting that nature. You got me up with the moon. I'm supposed to be asleep, absorbing the moon. Now I'm up, and I'm so pissed. The moon got me acting like a werewolf. Now I've been to slap somebody when really I'm supposed to be asleep, bro. I'm supposed to be in a whole nother world right now, but I'm up working, and I'm supposed to be in my dreams, astral projecting some fucking where, handling something else. Because you gotta handle your dreams, or your dreams are turning into nightmares. That's just straight fact. You think you go to sleep and you got it good? No, bro. You might be locked up when you sleep, bro. Off top, you in a jail, so you wake up like, what the fuck? Man, you gotta navigate. Never mind, man. Y'all silly, man.
Nigga. Hey, it's been a pleasure, fellas. It's been a pleasure.
Hey man, it's been good with all of y'all, man. I just had to go and step out and handle some, but yeah, I've been listening in. Yeah, much love to everybody. Shout out to all of y'all brothers, man.
Hey, but like I said, man, you and Master P, some smart ass motherfuckers, and once y'all tag up for real on some tagging up for real, not just we putting blogs together, this, that, and the third. Really start fucking around with each other. Y'all motherfuckers really in sync, man. Y'all each other's other halves, man. Like Master P relax and he read everything. You react on fuck shit. If y'all put that shit together, man.
Yeah, what do you think about that, bro, Sanchez?
Sanchez, know that.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with what he's saying. Hell yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm down to do that, man. Things are about to get a lot more stable. I mean, we could do a couple shows from here to there, but things are about to get a lot more stable on my end, and it's gonna be a lot of great things coming, and so that should be something that we definitely get going. Interactive with the people, exciting and engaging topics, and just exploring our minds.
Most definitely. I'm with
Hey,
that,
so
man. You know I'm down with that. Not even a question.
Hey, so when you went away, Master P, how long before you get it all the way squared away? Like another 2-3 months or 2
I'm about a month and a half away. Reason being is because I got a pretty substantial juicer, and that's being hand built and delivered from America. So once that gets here, I'll be back up and running and be able to live stream right out of my shop. And just for a heads up, okay, nobody in my personal circle, like of the friends that I know, and talk to, nobody knows I'm doing this. So if you go to my Instagram, the _new_life with the Y, if you go to that, please do not comment or talk about a juice shop or anything like that, because I gotta drop it on these people, and I don't want the energies getting out there, and you know what I mean.
Yeah. No doubt.
But I'm about a month and a half away from getting juice to the people again, and about 2 months from a grand opening where it's gonna be all over the Instagram, the YouTube, and all that, official.
Hey,
Yeah, that's what's up right there, man. Hell yeah. That's good
bro.
news.
Whatever happened to the one shit y'all was gonna set up 6 months ago? It was you dreads, a lot of. It might even have been Marble too, but it was a couple people that was gonna come together and make a mega channel. Y'all still working on that, or y'all just falling back on it? But it was gonna be a mega flat Earth channel with
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember talking about that.
You got 1,000 subscribers and you rocking. Then we gonna put it all.
That's something that still can go down. It ain't too late for nothing like that.
Yeah, and you know what's better is, I realized that I was here doing the live panels, the streams, and we were helping so many people, and everything, and we still are, and then I was like, you know what, I really got to help myself so that I can help more people. I would love to be a person that just wanders and just helps to feed people or whatever and clothe orphans and stuff like that. But how can I do that unless I have something substantial of my own? So that's why for this past year, I've been really like, I fell back, built this like thing that I'm building so that I can really, really come out and help the people and not have it take away from what I'm doing. That way I can help more and more people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Literally, I knew you was
first.
doing that too, bro. God, I'm like, this nigga masterpiece. He done went into what we call the cave of silence. That man building himself. I'm like, I know next time you come back, it's gonna be with with a new him, and it's like, you know, I like that type of growth because that inspired me to do my own thing. Because I'm in the same position as you. When you the type of person that like to give and you want to give to people, you be like, damn, I gotta get the shit in order to be able to give it. It's like because I want to give endlessly. Like if I had Tony Stark level money or damn Batman or Black Panther,
You don't need that
of course,
money.
like you said, I'd just be walking around this motherfucker just doing
Nah,
shit.
you don't need that money, man. I just
So
caught a
me,
list of
right?
listen. I just caught a list of work and went and picked my homie up. You know what I'm saying? You don't need a lot of money. What I'm saying is you gotta be first, right? You gotta put yourself first if you're for the people. If you putting yourself first and then not for the people, you a selfish motherfucker. But if you putting yourself first so you can help your people, then you are righteous as you know what I'm saying? You all the way in tune with what's right. But if you like, I'm putting myself first so you don't get ahead of me, then bitch, you need to get doing a rear naked chokehold from behind. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not about who first or second, third or fourth. It's about my bad.
Look, I think if every individual put their self first, then the collective will be put first. But like if you have, for example, right? See, when I mean by putting yourself first, I mean basically all sacrifices you make in your life, if you ain't got no kids, should be to get you on a level that you're trying to manifest as greatness in your mind. And you can't be concerned with who falling off and doing what around you. This is a selfish thing. It's about self, right? So what happens is when you rise to a level where you successful, where you need to be, like Master P said, you in a level now where you can do more than just be another crab in a bucket or a stove nigga. You see what I'm saying? So
I'm rolling.
you know what I'm saying? See, cause the stove nigga, he ain't got nothing to offer, but he gonna tell the nigga who grinded all his life, man, why you ain't doing that for the community? Stove nigga mentality. See what I'm saying? So so that's what I'm saying. If you think about it, if the collective is a body, each person got to move their own portion of that body. Think of Power Rangers. If Quentin the head, I'm the arm, and Masterpiece the foot, he can't rely on me to help him with his arm. I'm moving my foot. If we gonna make this body move, he got to operate the head independently of me while I'm working on the leg, and now this entire body can move. You know, what was that thing named when they all come together and build him up?
Voltron.
Yeah,
Voltron.
Like, what if the nigga who controlling the arms say, man, y'all ain't helping us down here with the legs?
Exactly.
That's how I look at, you know, the collective. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, it's like when you can help people in your area, you can help the lady across the street, you can help a business, but when you build your personal wealth to a state of, like, for example, say you're investing in like renewable energy stocks and they give you dividends, plus you have like an RSP and or whatever. I don't know what you're doing. You're investing in gold and silver. You got a product that's hot. Anything that you're doing, you got a good paying job. Whatever it is, you can help people in your local area. But if you build up that wealth, then you can take flights and you can start businesses and orphanages in other places. You can set up retreats and stuff like that. So suddenly your help expands. You know what I mean? Like I was just watching this guy that he was like a white guy and he went to like a predominantly black school in the States, and he came back after he amassed like a lot of wealth, and he had a gym meeting and it was like full of like black and Latinos there. And he said, yo, I'm going to pay for everybody's college. And if your parents want to go to college too, they can go. And it's all on me because I made it. See, now, if that person never would have had that ambition to go above and beyond, then he could help like maybe one or two people. But with that wealth to back it up, he helped not only a gym full of people, but infinite amounts of generations after that.
I'm gonna tell you something else, right? This is a good bill. Somebody said, I believe in putting people on. Well, let me just say this. I don't agree with putting people on. I know I'm gonna get crucified for that. I'm gonna tell you why. Check this out, right? The richest people in the world will give their children the financial backbone to manifest whatever it is to build their own empire. I give you that. We don't have that. But check this out. If that son blow that money and don't make good investments, that rich family will actually disown them. They will disown them. Now check this out, right? Now let me show you how deep it goes. You know why? Because check it out. Black people are all in the middle of the ocean, and we waiting on the ship to come in. Now, when the ship come in, all you got to do is swim to it to be saved. Now, what if the next person on the side of you while you swimming to the ship say, hey, brother, put me on? Can you do it? You swimming, you trying to swim. You gonna say, brother, you got to swim like this, man. Look at me and copy off it because I can't put you on this ship. That's how I look at it.
And let me give you the cool statement of the motherfucking year, right? You want to know why niggas can't put niggas on? Because niggas the one pulling niggas down. Period.
Let me tell you.
Pulling people. They be like, man,
that's true.
Well, the white guy got this job over me. So what? You still could have got the job if you would have played your hand right. But you counting his package. So listen, the white man that we live amongst is getting killed just like us. You don't live amongst the elite. You live amongst Tommy, Gerald, Josh. You live amongst them, right? And 9 times out of 10, they be copping off some of you hood niggas. 13s out of 10, they be doing tests for some of you smart niggas. So that was deep, wasn't it? Tests for you smart niggas.
But let me just say this too, because here's my thinking, right? I saw this coming up in the hood. One nigga put a bunch of niggas on. Then when he get locked up and the feds get him, it fall apart. They don't know how to eat without him. I saw whole record labels go down when the CEO got locked up because he put niggas on instead of giving them the knowledge of how to be bosses. You see what I'm saying? Like, for example, if you got a nigga putting everybody on when he die, ain't nobody gonna get put on. But if he's showing niggas how he got on, see the difference?
And you want to know the OG code, man? I ain't talking about no illegal shit. I'm talking about straight legal shit. You didn't get put on if you didn't know the code, right? So like now they putting on 17-year-olds, 19-year-olds. They giving them millions of dollars, bro. They're kids. When I was coming up, man, if you weren't 25, 26 years old, you weren't getting no money, nowhere. You had to learn what the hell the craft is you about to get money in. Now, let's take it to the dope era. They're putting on, they're giving 16-year-olds $100,000 worth of dope, bro. They're giving 19-year-olds $180,000 scholarships. They're giving kids that don't know, man, now you're 180 in debt. You go to this school, right? But you're 180 in debt. You go to this plug, right? But you're 100 in debt. And you're going to go to jail. That's why, if y'all can hear one thing I said before I mute my mic, do not turn to the streets for money. I don't care if it's hood houses. I don't care if it's barbershops. I don't care if it's selling dope, bro. At the end of the day, they're going to tear you down. Cool statement of the day. What you want to do is look ahead of you and get you a nappy cuts, get you a best cuts out there in the mall somewhere in Montrose or one of these rich neighborhoods, and they're trimming up Robert De Niro, bro. They're not trimming up Pookie with a fade. No. And it's the same money. It takes the same money to do it. Just leave your name out of it. Don't call it Ray Ray's Barbershop. Dummy. Call that motherfucker shit Bills. Never mind. Y'all go ahead. I keep ranting. My fault. You know how I be feeling, though, y'all.
Yeah. What I was just going to say quickly was I was actually watching Paid in Full the other day. And, Ace, he didn't even really know the drug game. He was giving it away for so cheap and putting so many other people on that he would get love and protected because, you don't want to bite the hand that feeds you and whatever. And it was the jealousy that obviously took him under. But, I think that when you go into something with a positive mindset and you're helping people, you're helping the world, just like we're doing now, attacks, they become futile. You know what I mean? You could do something huge and like really outrageous and provoking and get murdered for it, or you can stay low key with it, move how you want to move. I prefer to be a little bit on the more low key side. And I wouldn't go to a country and just open up a briefcase of $1 million for everybody to take. I would have to very low key, move that through certain programs and orphanages and hospitals and, really spread the word smart. So,
Hey, Masterpiece, let me ask you this. Do you think it's a legal way to get the money you actually need? Not a legal way to get money. I'm saying to get like $3-4 million. Do you think it's a legal way to obtain that?
Yeah, for sure. Why wouldn't there be? Anything, it's just a vibration, right? It's just another ask of the universe. The universe, it doesn't have any limitations on what you can do. Right. You can start a charity. A lot of people siphon from the charity, but and it's not illegal. Like you could start a charity right now, it's huge, and you siphon from it. That's not actually illegal, but would it be morally right? No. But I mean, you could, come across a bag, put a lot of hard work into it, save, and then you could put that money into institutionalized places.
Here's what you just said. And you hear that, bro, Sanchez? Listen, what he just said was, you dumb motherfuckers that's buying a kilo of cocaine or 30 grams of fentanyl, right? Y'all could put that same money into starting a donation and a fundraiser and get 10% out that fundraiser and make the same money you was gonna make.
I think that if someone hit the corner as hard as they hit the corner for drugs, if they get it for donations for a cause, then yeah, I think that they'd actually make more than the drugs, because the drugs, you don't gotta be like hiding from the cops and duck out. You don't gotta.
Fuck the drugs. No, get them off the drugs, man. Get them back on the fundraiser. That's the whole thing.
Let me finish this thought for the people. You could you won't have any product to run out of. There's going to be no competition. It's asking people, if you go and you start up a charity and you make it legit and you hit them corners with an envelope and tell them exactly what you're doing, you can get way more money as, being like a hood nigga trying to raise funds for people than you can, being like a selfish drug dealer. That's facts.
Factual. But the fundraiser was the mic drop. Go ahead,
kick
bro.
No doors. You ain't got to shoot a nigga. All you got to do is walk around with a pen, a clipboard, and ask some questions and, get some okays.
No, all you got to do is say, look, put your money in this direction. Now listen, like I was in a county with a motherfucker, right? Excuse my French. I'm in a county with him. He like, how much is a kilo, bro? I'm like, blase, right? He like, damn, that's cool. So you made what? I'm like 5,000, right? He like, your dumb ass invested 30 bands to make 5,000 and risk your life when you could invest 20 bands in t-shirts and make that same money.
But check this out.
Your life.
Now
That's
check this
crazy.
out. I ain't gonna lie, a lot of us think t-shirts today, but that game on lock now. You can get custom tees. You know, they got that on. But I'm gonna tell you something though, something that we don't think about though. It's a silent revolution for waste management. So right now in our generation, the world is creating more waste than it ever has. And people in other countries see waste as a dispendable resource to offshoot a company. So for example, since waste is free and don't nobody want it, if you could find a way to make the waste valuable, guess what? You'll be a billionaire, because guess what? Your resource that it need to make your product is something people throw away anyway. So waste management is the new goal, because it's more waste than gold, according to them. You know what I'm saying? So people turning our waste into the cup holders, straws, and all you need is simple burning machines and, shit to clean the plastic. I'm telling you, it's something they don't talk about, but waste management is a multi-billion dollar. Even in small countries, they taking the pollution that float up on shore, all the plastic from America, and they refurbishing a lot of the old toys that come up, taking the plastic bags, making purposes. People using waste to start their damn businesses, man, because it's so much of it.
Absolutely. Look, man, at my job, right? The China company grabs all our scraps, right? And they recycle every single thing. I'm talking about anything that we don't want. Man, you can have 100 skids, right? This is wood, bro. They recycling it. You can have 100 cardboard boxes. They recycling it. To the point, you can look it up. They recycle all food, bro. Over there in China, bro, they don't throw that shit like waste management. Fuck out of here. Hell no. Everything here getting recycled. And that's why we live in a recycled life, and it's fucking with our chakras and shit. And it's fucking with us. But us that's woke know that, okay, let me limit it. Matter of fact, here go 3 more lines and I'm going to pass the mic. Everybody listening, I don't care what the fuck you eat. If you vegan, if you eat meat and all that shit, man, eat once to twice a day, bro. It's the content that's killing us. It's not what we eating. So if you a vegan, you got some shit called RNA that they testing on. And they making you eat female plants. On the meat side, you eat nothing but female plants, bro. And then what you look at, Dwayne Wade's son, bro, they knew that it was going to take 10 years to produce that. You thought that just happened? No, they was hitting us with that like in 95. You understand what I'm telling you? So now you got these homosexuals running around. And they saying I'm born in the wrong body. They're not lying in your motherfucking ass. They done manipulated the... My bad for the rant, man. Y'all go ahead, bro. My fault.
Yeah, man, you wild, man. That's all good, man. It's good to hear your thoughts, man. Because
Polite went in on the goddamn Dwayne Wade's kid situation. Not even gonna lie to you, and I felt it. It's like Polite be so much on the cusp of like the matriarchal civilization shit, but then give it all right back to the pharaohs in the same breath. I'll be like, damn, we got to get to the brother, because I got a feeling if we just build with him.
Polite philosophy is the black woman is God. And it ain't necessarily comedic base at this point. He evolved his paradigm since leaving the House of Consciousness to the point where he can literally debate Jabari because he don't really fully agree with the Kemet thing like that. See, Kemetic community split up between Black Woman is God and Pharaonic pushers.
Literally, and it's like it's such a opposing thing. It's like how in one breath you gonna say the woman is God and we've demoted her in our spiritual systems, and then turn around and give credit to the niggas who demoted her. And like the pharaohs and Narmer and all of them, they the ones who really brought in the shit in or ushered in the officialness of his story.
Mm. And another thing is reason why you couldn't get that debate with Garfield, because what you said to him was both of y'all wrong, and you would have debunked both of them before the debate. This is why I read niggas, I pick brains. That's what I do for a living. So Sarnetta looking like I can't let Bro Sanchez do that to you because y'all debate ain't gonna be worth shit. He gonna shut both of y'all down. And guarantee you, bro, you got a debate coming up in 6 months from now, and it's gonna be epic as fuck. And after that debate, the polite debate gonna do like 100,000.
And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something right now. I got to do a quick survey because a lot of us don't realize that the Black woman God concept bleeds over out of the Kemetic community, and it's a kind of becoming a common concept. Like, let's do a chat survey. Put a 1 in the chat room if you agree that the Black woman is God. Put a 2 if you don't agree with it. Now, this is gonna be interesting. Hey, shout out to Information Man. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for coming through, man, showing your support. Make sure y'all subscribe to the brother Information Man Show. Information Man Show. Make sure y'all sub to my brother for some dope live streams. It's kind of even. I think it's a little more twos, but it's a hell of a lot of ones, you know. And make sure y'all sub to the brother Information Man Show after that. And let's somebody put Masterpiece Instagram back out there for him too. And remember, nothing about the juicing yet. Let the brother debut his own thing.
Yeah. Respect. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, on my page, one of the people was like, "Yo, excited for your juice shop," and I had to like delete the comment quickly before anybody, really saw it. But it's good, man. It's good that you guys, you guys have. This is like my family. I feel like, you know what I mean. Like I feel like I can tell you guys things that, I don't, because I feel like when people know you and they see you come up, they could, get in their emotions. They could hate. They could try to rip it down. So I just keep it on the DL. So if you go to my New Life page, whoever's posting that in the chat, just remember to keep it on the DL. And then in about a month or two, you'll know what's up. And when it happens, you could be like, "Yep, I knew that this was going down."
And I know y'all excited, but hey, you gotta let people debut their own thing. That's even in the professional world.
Exactly. Yeah, see, I ain't even know, and I'm just glad to hear about the surprise type shit on some grand opening.
People get inspired to see other brothers do, big shit. That's major, man. But hey, let me say this too. Somebody in the chat room, who was that? Oh, that was Sir Drop. Shout out to Sir Drop. That's who that was. Thank you for the super chat donation, brother.
Yeah, Masterpiece, I gotta come to Canada, bro. You gonna have to give me a Canadian experience, my dude.
Hey man, don't never call me. Hold up, right quick. Let me say this. Hey, don't never call me out, bro. Keep that shit all the way low key. But I don't know how to hit that Cash App shit. because some fuck shit been going on with my card, so I don't try to put it on every
Yeah, I feel you.
Hell yeah. But go ahead, Clinton, my fault.
Nah, yeah, I was just saying, Masterpiece. I'm definitely trying to come to Canada like within the next year, and I'm like, man, definitely want to just enjoy Canada because Quentin looking for a different spot. G, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, well, you know, I mean, in terms of like the world stage, what we're presented with, and laws and freedom to move, and you know, like I've been to countries before where you know girls, you know, they're not allowed to smoke. You know what I mean? So you know, in terms of that,
Wait. So the men can smoke, just not the women.
Look, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. In Asia, women not allowed to laugh in public.
Hell no, you
no, there's a lot. There's a lot. Like when I was in Malawi for 6 months, and I moved around Africa in those 6 months. But I witnessed a girl get smacked in the face by a dude for smoking a joint because weed was not like seen as a good thing, and just woman smoking in general, unless it was a hookah for religious purposes, like unless you're like Islam and you're doing your hookah thing, whatever, they'll leave you alone. But you can't be buying no like cigarettes and just like a woman like walking down the street with a cigarette and thinking you're cool. So when I say that to say in Canada here, it's I mean it's just kind of, you know, a little easy going, you know. There's struggles, you know, there's ups and downs and everything like that. But in terms of like just regular like politeness or, you know, how to treat each other with respect, you know, we practice a lot of that here. There's a lot of vegans here. There's a lot of vegetarians here.
Okay, so that is real. Like that feeling that I get from Canada, damn, that is real.
Hey,
yeah, I mean, people are people, right? I mean, you're always gonna experience your prejudice and your fuckery, but basically, yeah, I mean, I don't want to seem like I'm like
all of that, like prejudice and all of that. I'm cool with all of the racism and all of that. I'm cool with racism. That's fine. I'm just sick of niggas dying around me with all of this Chicago shit. You know, just motherfuckers just dying like, you know, niggas is actually at war out here. If niggas ain't doing that, then cool.
They are. This is a unspoken of civil war amongst black people that they're not reporting, man. I don't care what nobody say. It's called Chirac. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was saying people kill the people they're around. So if you're around black people, that's who get killed. Hey, but Bro Sanchez, hey, it put in a little bit more work right here. Pull up that Optimus Prime and that Omega symbol, right? You can type it in Google just like that.
All right,
like,
let me give a shout out to Dynasty the Painter. Said peace to everybody spending money with black people every week. Not soap, but real stuff. That's real talk, man. And let me give a shout out to the brother Information Man Show. Thank y'all for the super chat donations, man. Appreciate their support. Yeah, hey, let me say one thing. If y'all want to ever notice this, right? Whenever you see an Asian woman laugh, they all cover their mouth. You ever peep that?
That is a thing. But I want you to do this, bro. For real, you gotta do it for the people. Pull up Optimus Prime and the home X symbol.
Let me go pull this up, man.
Right, no, you got to, because you know the Transformers give us a lot of hidden messages. If you watch the whole Transformers season, all the movies.
I'm gonna do a breakdown just for that drop, and I'm gonna have you on there with me on my channel, bro. Just because you said that, no cap.
Hey, that's what's up, man. That'll be dope.
But that Transformers series is like, one dude came to him and was like, everywhere I go, y'all try to rule the whole world. That's what he said. He was talking to the elite, right? And he's like, everywhere y'all go, y'all do this.
Hey, look here. I got you right here. You wanted me to pull up the Optimus. You wanted me to pull up the Optimus Prime helmet and compare it to the Omega Samurai top. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You see it. You see how they subliminally hit us with it?
Can y'all see it?
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And even without that mouth guard of Optimus Prime's, underneath there's a mouth. You know, there's a mouth underneath the shield.
But they do it with every superhero. It's insane. It's like every superhero, all the way to Superman. He was Jesus coming to Earth. Like every superhero, Black Panther.
Check this out. Check this out. Let me open up your mind to another one. You probably wouldn't thought I was gonna go here, but check this out, Drop. Now look, here go the pharaohs in Egypt headdress. Now keep in mind that the Olmec worshipped the serpent goddess, and the Olmec was around before the Egyptians. Now check out this Egyptian headdress. Just look at how it falls down the shoulder with the stripes. Think of George Washington them headdress, and then look at this, right? You can see the similarity, and you can see where I think some was attached on the forefront of some form of Uraeus, but I can see the similarities though, you know what I'm saying, in the Egyptian pharaohs too.
The coldest shit you caught was him sitting Indian style, which brought in China. So they like, man, this ain't no nigga. So then you said Malaysian mixed with something else. So once you said Malaysian mixed with something else, so you got the white man, the African, and the Indian, and the Chinese man mixed in one baby, and then he said Indian style and got big lips. That was cold when you dropped that, bro.
Now listen, right?
That's it. But go ahead.
What about the whole Black Buddha? Y'all gotta listen. I always tell you about this documentary. I don't know the dude name. He's a legend, man, and he don't get props. But he made a documentary series called Sambo, the Black Gods of Asia. Some of y'all been around probably saw that. That shit's so deep. Let me see if I can put it.
That, bro.
Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, I love that. Talking about the Nagas and the monsoon, the Mons riding the monsoon.
Man, that's one of the most important documentaries that no one talk about.
Mm-hmm.
And like you hit them with the bolo. You had bolo, and then, hey, just because they got big lips don't make it a nigga. So now we got a Malaysian, right? Mixed with everything. Not just one more, everything. That's why they made a monument and a statue out of this thing. It's not one, it's mixed with everything. It ain't Chinese, it's not black, it's not Optimus Prime. What it is everything. Big lips, chinky eyes, big nose, big ears, white, black. Never mind that part, but y'all go ahead.
And you know, even with this, like with this history that we're seeing here with the Mons and the Nagas, Sambo, this is it's happening congruently at the same time period as, you know, Tartaria is coming up. You know, and I'm really wondering about, because when you study Tartaria and you study the lie of our history, and you see that Greco-Romantic style. Now, I only say Greco-Romantic because that's what it's been coined to us when we're coming up and we see in the art books and whatever. We see like the pillars and the ledges, and we say it's Greco-Romantic. But we have seen these structures in what is today Russia, which was ancient Tartaria, which stretched down into China. And in Shanghai, China, there's this Greco-Romantic style. In America, there is. So we know that the world was communicating face to face. We know that, you know, I mean, aerial travel, boat travel, whatever it was. Now, I just find it so interesting about how barely any of those Greco-Romantic structures exist in Central or Lower Africa. And I'm really wondering about the interaction of that Tartarian empire that was coming up, and juxtaposing that with the fall of the African empire, I guess you would say.
Yeah, because the region where Tartary was today would be where on a map geographically? Like northern
Russia.
China or Russia?
Yeah.
See, that's interesting. I heard some people saying it was northern China or northern Asia or something like that. But
well, yeah, the Tartarian, like Tartary, because like the countries weren't shaped as they are now, it's hard to say, oh, this place was that, but like it stretched from like what you would say, like, Croatia, like Eastern Europe to down, touching above like the Mongolias, and into China a bit, and then stretching obviously, as you know, around to California.
And the Tartars, their culture is, who could we compare it to? Would it resemble like the Olmecs?
Yeah, I guess you'd say like maybe like Olmec or like Turkish. Turkish, you got those like pointed tops, kind of like Arabic, kind of Russian. When you see like when you're watching the Olympics in Russia, those kind of like very colorful Arabic style roofs. They look like cream puffs, like Kisses, the Hershey Kiss drop roof.
Oh wow, it looks sort of like the Taj Mahal style, like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and those twists, those like candy cane, like barbershop, like twists.
Yo,
Berber.
Hey, Masterpiece, can you see my screen share?
Yep, I'm looking at it.
Yo, it's deep that you saying this. I'm gonna keep the bill going. Y'all hit the like button. I'm gonna stay long as the brothers stay with me, because check this out, right? Now I never put this up until you got on here, and I discovered something here just now that if you look at this Angkor Wat architecture, let me find a good one for you. Let me see here, because I want y'all to see all of the peaks. Hold on, let me see. Let's go with this one. Now let's look at this, right? I'm finna show y'all some crazy stuff. Here is the top view from Angkor Wat. Damn, that's a small picture. Damn, man, let me see if I can find a big one. Hold on, because I want y'all to see this. All right, one more time. Let's do it like that. And I'm gonna go to the website so we can get the big picture. Now check this out. Here go the big picture. Now look at this, right? Look at this Tartarian architecture. Now this picture here, they said that this building is resembled of the architecture of ancient Tartary. This building right here. If you think of the Taj Mahal, it's the same way. You got like these four corners with the middle peak, and this same thing in Angkor Wat right here. You see that? Now check this out, right? Hindu Mount Meru. It always go back to flat earth, because check this out. I've been seeing this image for a long time. Let me blow it up. And this is what they're giving us, y'all. You see these four deities around the dude on the top?
Yep.
I think this is what this architecture based off, y'all. Hindu Mount Meru. And these five deities with the one in the middle.
It's sort of like, we learned this in like archaeology and like anthropology, even art studies, is people will always recreate what they love, their home. You know what I mean? If you go to a new, like when the Brits came here, they started laying down Yonge Street, Queen Street, King Street, Scarborough. You know what I mean? Everything that you can find here, you can find in England. So it's like, we left the center, and not only to just remind us of the center and to keep our subconscious open to it, we're mimicking that technology, that antiquitech, that natural flow of energy, the path of least resistance. And even when you're looking at that that picture at the very top with the praying figure in the middle, when you have the brown dome in the middle and then the two domes on the side, there's probably two domes behind that to make that the 5 die.
Yeah, see, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now if you look up Russian architecture or like Moscow buildings or churches in Moscow or whatever, you'll see that it's the exact same, except a lot more whimsical. They added a lot of colors. Look at all that color there. But it's the same shit.
Yep, same architecture, man.
So it's like maybe there was master builders or somehow we were all master builders, I guess, and somehow it was all over the world. I mean, from the North Americas to China to Russia. So we have to really find out what was the nature of these people. I mean, obviously, to build in the fashion that they did, you needed times of peace. All your resources can't be going to war. You need a high understanding of matter and how to work with it, and spirituality and energy. So these are definitely advanced people making these structures, and it seems like we are a new wave of little old humans. Like, wow, how do they do that? How do you know what I mean?
Hey, Masterpiece, what I want to ask you is why every image we look at is a phallus. It's never a vagina. It's never.
This is the trick.
To the mother.
Hold up. Are you asking Masterpiece? Let him go first then. Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying why is it always phalluses and not a vagina?
Absolutely.
Well, what you're not seeing is many designs that are hidden. First of all, usually when you're building a phallus, right beside it you build a pool. So that's woman. There's always fountains in these structures. There's always running water. And when you're going into this place, you are going into the womb. You're going into that cavity, that empty cavern. And you're blending in the art, you're blending the masculine principle and the female principle so that you embody life, the creation, the yin and yang right there all in one building.
Nah, where, bro? I don't see it in the symbolism. I mean, like what you saying, I feel exactly what you saying. But the imagery they're giving us, it don't show me that. You see what I'm saying?
Well, we were just talking. I mean, Bro Sanchez can go another way with this, but we were just talking about how these things relate to Mount Meru. So whether we relate it to phallic or womb worship or whatever, they're recreating something that physically exists in the shape of a mountain. And so when you have the male principle on the outside, and then when you go inside and you see because the male principle is always stretching outward. They're always pointing outwards. Even the symbol has an arrow. But when you're dealing with the feminine principle, that's resting, that's withdrawn, that's inner, emotional, intelligence. And so when you step inside these places, there's always a big fountain or pools. And
now, Sir Drop. Now, Sir Drop, let me just do this and you can get it back. You can see the screen, right? So you see I'm showing a female uterus, right?
Right.
All right, we compare this to the Great Mother raising her arms, right?
Yeah.
All right, now check how deep this go, right? Now let me pull this up real quick. Watch this. Let me show you something. Hold on, I want to get a big one real quick. It ain't gonna take that long. Let's use this one. Here it is. Now check this out. This the female reproductive system personified by the goddess raising her arms. But here's where it get deep, right? Look at the male reproductive system. Let me pull this up. Ain't that the goddess raising her arms? See, the thing about it is what a female is an inversion of what you is, or implosion and you're an explosion. They got the same reproductive organ we got, but theirs are made to take, ours is made to give. Yours protrude outward, it's an explosion. Theirs implode inward, but their ovaries is in the same position as your scrotum. And they got two balls, just like you got two balls. There go they two balls. It's called ovaries. It's just theirs is flipped. I know this gonna sound like some transsexual shit, but I'm gonna use this example just to give you an idea of the biology of it. If you take a male penis and push it into his body and flip it inside out, it'll resemble this same thing that the female got here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the penis and the balls. The balls, those two ovaries will be hanging out, and the penis, as the stroke go down, will be hanging out.
See, check this out. Check this out, right? You look at a screw and a bolt, right? Now, when we make love, they call it screwing, right? The reason they call it screwing is because the male is like that boat. And a woman, well, no, the male is the screw, the woman is the boat, because the boat is this little circular thing that wrap around the screw. That's the womb. Nut. Yeah, that's the nut. And that's even deep because the God is nut. That's deep because she wraps around. No. But look, here's the point I'm making. If you look at the inside of that nut, it's going to have the pattern of the boat, but it's going to be inverted. It's like the mole and the boat is the space filler, like the penis is the same science, screwing.
The 0 point, yeah. Remember yesterday, not yesterday, but 2 days ago, we was talking about the 0 point. The 0 point would be where the nut and the bolt is going into, and that's the 0 point. The nut is the 0, the bolt is the 1, that's the 10. The 0 point is what the nut. I just had to bring that back full service, but go ahead.
I'm gonna go even deeper, and I want y'all to cut me off too, because it's a casual stream, and I want people to cut me off. I want to hear what y'all got to say. Now check this out, right? So when I look at the goddess, it's not that I'm looking at a masculine or a feminine. You're gonna say, well, how can you not? It's clearly a woman. Yes, it's a woman, but what I'm saying is she's personifying the womb. And the ancestors really taught that the womb was neutral. Out of the womb can come masculine and feminine. So it's neutral. It's just a gateway that's attached to this thing called the womb man. She still is man. The species is called man. She's just the wombed man. And the thing about it is, the womb that she has is neutral, even though she's feminine. The principles, the life that come forth from her womb isn't just giving birth to the female principle, it's giving birth to both. So that's why they, in my opinion, use the goddess to just symbolize the womb and creation, period. It's a neutral act. See, fire is a creation, but it's masculine. Water is a creation, but it's feminine. The act of creating them is, I think, the neutral aspect, because creation can be whatever you make it. That mean is neutral. See, to me, it's like what the mother goddess is representing, the fact that you have something to give birth within, the womb, whether it's your mind, because the mind is a womb. But if you close your eyes, you can create a damn atom bomb and create something that can fuck up the world. But you can close your eyes, and out of that mind, out of that womb, you can create something that'll help the world. So to me, creation ain't saying, hey, I'm evil or I'm good. Creation is just creation, is what you make it. And the reason nature is neutral is so that you can have polarity. See, it'll be like nature gave you water, not lemonade. She gave you plain water so you can make it taste whatever you want to make it taste like. If she already give you Kool-Aid, then shit. That's it. Like, she's just giving you some neutral so you can, you know what I'm saying?
Literally.
That's how I kind of look at it.
Like ground zero.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when you're looking at the nut and the bolt, that's exactly what I was trying to like simplify when we were talking about cycles of time. If you look at the face of that nut, you can describe that as our reality. Maybe another side face of that nut is like other dimensions or whatever. But the fact is that we exist on the face of that nut that's wrapped on the screw, and it turns and twists, and it always comes back on itself, but just in a slightly different position. Now it's elevated, it's traveled, it's progressed. And so as these cycles are turning, things are progressing. Soil is getting worse, or consciousness is rising, or we're expanding our footprint, or whatever is happening. We're always spinning and coming back upon ourselves in these cycles of time. And there is no beginning or an end. It's just it's like this infinite screwing that we're doing. And it's beautiful. That's what life is.
And it's very deep when you think about just the boat, right? Because, if you don't twist the boat and you just spin the nut, then the boat would appear like it's going up or down. Like it's like you can't dig a hole without making a pile, and you can't give me a pile without digging a hole. You can't twist this boat without you can't twist the boat down without moving the screw up, and you can't twist, and vice versa. I'm confusing myself. It's a paradox, basically. Yeah. So that's kind of like, to me, like
just like the hyperboloid at the North Pole.
Mm-hmm.
One side, is taking everything in, and one side giving everything out.
Like the key and the keyhole. Like the keyhole, if you fill up that keyhole with some putty, you'll get the shape of the key. Like the womb, if you fill up a lady's womb and fill up this uterus, right, with some putty, take it out and let it harden. You see what I'm saying? It'll resemble a scrotum with balls.
That's a good question. Not to be that guy, but if you just squeeze some like Play-Doh or some putty in like a door, or like you said, a keyhole, and just let it harden in there, at some point, could you turn it?
You know what's crazy about it? You probably could make a key that way, but I don't think you would see what happen is it ain't that simple, because
it's gonna break off in that motherfucker.
But see, the inside of there, it does shape like the key, but it's just a series of ridges, and it's gonna make a shape that's kind of different than the key itself. So that's why they would take the key and carve around it and just copy the key, because it's deeper inside of that. But it's still the same concept. It's just it ain't cut and dry as far as you can probably, breaking something out of the house by making a key like that. Yeah. But I'm gonna say this, right? It's kind of like what we were saying in previous streams. You can't have one without the other. So when I look at like Nut bent over the North Pole, if you look at the cosmology, she would be like the nut, literally nut, and the pole would be the boat. And as she turn around, is screwing, and the hand of time, or the nut, is going up and down, giving us past and future. You see what I'm saying, or whatever? Kind of like the movement of the sky. How the sky turned, if you was up under that nut and the zodiac was painted onto the bottom of that nut, you'll get your circuit. You see what I'm saying? It's crazy, right? Because when this nut go to the top of the boat, it's getting tight. And when the sun go to the top, the circuit is very tight, or like a Christmas tree. Let me show you the flat earth, son. Y'all see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like as you go down the drain, the spin gets tighter and tighter and tighter.
See, when I look at this shit, it's crazy, right? I may be reaching, but here go the sun path over the flat earth. When the sun is lower to the ground, it's looser. And when it go up, it's getting tight, right? The path of it is tightening up, getting to where it makes a Christmas tree, right?
So it's the drain is the strain.
Well, I'm just comparing it to this thing here. Like if you take that nut down, you're loosening the screw. And if you move it up, you're tightening it. And it's kind of mimicking the sun path, you know, and it's shaped like the screw, the spiral or whatever. And we would say, you know, I'm probably reaching, but I see what y'all saying. But go ahead. Yeah, I'm on yield the flow. This type stuff right here is just interesting to me.
Yeah, no,
That's
I was
all.
just thinking etymology wise, because when we talk about the drain and then we talk about a strainer, as you say, like things get strained when they enter the drain. It's like the drain is the strain, as the tomb is the womb type of thing, and etymology.
Yeah, like if you look at this sun path, if you cut it in 4 slices, as it turn, you're gonna now think about this, right, Quentin? Look at this image in front of you. Look at the sun path. Now we're gonna look at it from a top-down view. We're gonna have like a crown of thorns, right? Now, let's say we cut that into 4 slices and we put summer, spring, winter, fall. As the sun make its path, it would also bring forth the seasons down upon the earth. So those 4 slices is like you picking up a pepper shaker, right? It's the top of that pepper shaker got a bunch of holes in it. But what if you had a knob on there with 4 selections? You can have it give you your pepper in big old chunks, medium-sized chunks, small chunks, and very powder-like chunks, because it's each little selection is 4 selections where it's grating it, chopping it. You know them little shakers I'm talking about. So I'm showing you that the seasons is literally the seasons, and the distribution of you know what I'm saying, the energy that's making the whole torus field. We perceive it as seasons, but it's just a 4-way. It's like a car trapped inside of a pyramid and it can't stop. Your foot stuck on the gas. You'll have to balance out the speed every 4 times. You know, I got 4 corners to bend at this high speed. I can't stop because energy is always in motion. So I got a grace period. So each corner you bend is like a season. I'm trying to explain this in the most best way possible.
I get what you're saying. As soon as you bend that corner, you enter the next season.
Yeah, because the sun is on a circuit. And I think that as it rises in certain degrees, like when the sun come from off this plane to like this higher plane, we say, okay, well, it's getting winter time or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Or so let me
for example,
yeah. Go ahead, Masterpiece.
If I when the sun is out and it's hot, you put some water on the ground and it evaporates very quickly. The plants, they dry up very quickly. It needs a big rainstorm, yada yada yada. When the sun is not really there to really like dry up the rain, it stays around in the ground longer, and now the plants are retaining more water. Now, if I'm growing like a plant like marijuana, and I take the light away from it, and I'm not giving it as much warmth, and that water is not drying out, the leaves are going to turn yellow. So when the sun leaves, like when it's on its circuit, and then it goes higher and tighter, and then wider and lower, or whatever it does, the amount of daylight it gets, the strength of the rays, the amount of water that's in the ground, that's what we perceive as fall, right? And then it leaves us so much that the precipitation and the condensation, it's like snow and overcast. And then the sun comes back and it kind of dries it all up. So, and then everything is green again. So, but you stay in the tropics and everything just stays green until like a leaf, you know, it runs its life and it turns yellow and it falls off. But the rest of the tree stays green. So the seasons are a reaction of, you know, the sun's positioning height wise and lateral wise, you know, compared to where we're at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy how we call them the seasons, and each one is their own little vibration. Because think about it, right? when it's winter time, springtime, or fall time, yeah, you can see the changes in the environment outside, but you undergo emotional changes. Like when spring come in, I get this spring type I can feel it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I can feel that kind of gloominess of the winter time, that kind of like going within and I can feel the vibrantness of so it's like, it's more than just a change happening outside. The seasons are taking place inside too, I think. You know what I'm saying? And I think
Yeah.
that, yeah, uh-huh.
No. Go ahead.
I think that will make sense because if we're affected by the placements of like with eclipses and things of like that affecting our emotions, then why wouldn't we have a base 4 template for who we are? Like, I don't think we're one person. I think you're one person with an infinite amount of personalities based upon the influence of the zodiac, and this is where astrology and shit come in. And I got a different interpretation of astrology than the mainstream. But go ahead. Good bill, man. Hell yeah, I want to hear what y'all got to say.
I was looking at maps. I have this. I didn't even notice that Tartaria was on this map mirror thing that I have. And until I started watching these videos, and I was like, wait, let me go to that old time map and see Tartaria. So I saw it right there. And what I noticed is in places right now, like today, like Scandinavia, like Siberia, there's like drawings of settlements, towns, cities. If you go to like North Canada on these maps, there's in those like split up islands, there's like cities and buildings and towns with like names on it. And we all know that cartography is not like a light undertaking. Like, that's some serious business when you're making a map. And so I'm thinking to myself, they're saying global warming, but I know really that there wasn't supposed to be snow here. Like when it's winter time. Yeah, in Canada, in Toronto. Now, Buffalo, New York gets more snow than we do here in Canada. So like, let's not, like get it twisted. It's not like Canada, we live in igloos. And there's also like places in the States that are more north than Canada, like Maine. That's actually higher than like South Toronto, Niagara, and whatever. But but what I'm saying is,
really?
Yeah, well, if you look at the map, America from right to left, it goes down.
Curve. Right,
yeah, it goes down and then
like
back up.
The borderline.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know that snow is not either. It's not supposed to be here. Like, it was like a calamity caused by us, or it happens in great cycles. Like, if you ever watched Game of Thrones, the whole theme of that show is the winter is coming. And they spend years and years and years, and there's kids that are 8 years old, and it's like, and older people say to them, "You kids have never seen a winter." It's like, well, like, okay, so obviously winter's not a yearly thing in this fake story. But I'm looking at like articles of tropical plantations, like palm trees and succulents being found underneath the snow in Alaska. Okay. Now, so if there's maps with settlements and cities and buildings in the old days, and there's examples of vegetation underneath the snow, then I know that this snow that we are experiencing, mixed with the fact that they lied about our history, this snow could have been something that is maybe 200 years old. You know what I mean? But it is going away because they're calling they're calling it global warming today to make us think that like we gotta lower our carbon emissions and get into electricity so that they can avoid drilling and whatever. So obviously we don't buy into global warming, but the ice is going away, and on like winter days, I'm looking right up at the sun on some clear winter days and getting that nice warm heat on my face, but there's snow everywhere. So Yeah, I know that the snow's on its way out, basically.
And what would you say is Canada's similarities to America and what they do as far as like, population control wise?
Well, our population is low, right? Like, there's more people. We're like, we have like 2 million more people than California,
Mm.
right? Like, we have like what, like 38 million or something. Like, we don't have a lot of people, but our land mass is like 2 to 3 times bigger than yours, right? So
Right.
a lot of it is like spread out, farmland, undeveloped. But when you get to the cities, like Victoria or Vancouver or Toronto or Ottawa or whatever, they're densely populated. It's modern, obvious, and you know what? Like, it's more modern, I would say, than a lot of places in America. I mean, maybe because it's older, but when I go to America, when I visit like Florida or like North Carolina or whatever, I notice that a lot of the structures, they seem like pretty ghetto and like pretty old, and like, I guess you guys are kind of behind like in technology. Yeah, I think you guys are kind of behind in technology a little bit, but it's basically the same. I mean, we sports channels and same foods and stuff like that. Clothing wise, the style, music. Obviously, we're crushing the music right now.
You see, I feel like that's why Canada be so like modest and like nonchalant about it, because it's like we don't really be knowing y'all business like that, and nobody in the world really, fucks with Canada in a negative way. It's like Canada just be on its own shit, and it's like for you to be like, damn, we got more technology than y'all. Motherfuckers got, the healthcare is set up different. The nation we legal thing is different. Everything, like I said, seems to be different in Canada and a little bit smoother. And really, you said y'all population is smaller than ours, and maybe that's why they be trying to aim so hard to make this what that is a thought. But like I said, at the same time, shit, Canada sound like the move, because Wishaw's out in the country. Like, is the land still pretty nice and fertile for like growing stuff and living off the land type of thing?
Well, I mean, our land hasn't been like overdeveloped and stuff like that. Our land is very good. I mean, for any kind of crops. I mean, we have naturally occurring berries all over Canada. Grains grow really good. I mean, we're the home of maple syrup, so like, we got a lot of. I mean, we feed a lot of the world
here. You see, Masterpiece, you killing me over here, bro. I gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm sitting there with the lady, like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. I'm done playing with this shit over here, G. These niggas is fucking up, and I don't want to be a part of none of it.
I always knew Canada was the place to go, man. I ain't gonna lie. It is built up.
That's why the slaves was going. They were like, shit, you niggas that staying down there trying to get all this freedom talk, y'all niggas tripping. Just go to Canada. Like, Abe Lincoln gonna snake you,
Yeah.
That was just No, go ahead.
I feel like there's like a lot of like ritzy areas, but there's like places like, Little Italy, little this and that. There's places like Little Jamaica. That's where I kind of feel like most comfortable and kind of like at home, like they got the music, the ganja, the type of shops and whatever. So like you can find your own like little spot in the hood to like really go to and call yours. But the great thing about the city of Toronto, like mainly, is that like you can walk down a street, like if you go down King Street or Queen Street, you can have food from literally everywhere in the world. There's like Tibetan food, like Himalayan, like Himalayan, like culture cuisine and shit. There's like Indian food, Sri Lankan food, many different countries in Africa's food. We got your food, we have our food, poutines and everything like that. So like you walk down the street and you want to try Mexican, you want to try like Spanish, you want to try Polish, it's all here. Like if you want to date like any kind of race, like it's all here. Like it's really a pretty dope place to be. I've traveled a bit, and I mean, I like it. I mean, it's nice
Yeah,
here. I mean,
and the structures for people saying, yeah, it is some ghetto places in Canada, of course. But what we're saying is that, like, I'm from Bama. If I take you to ghettos in Bama, you ain't gonna have no question that you in the ghetto. But it's some places out here in Las Vegas where they be like, hey man, we in the ghetto, and I be like, for real? This is kind of nice.
yeah, there's a lot of different types of ghetto here. There's obviously like trailer park ghetto. There's like off the grid, like I don't know how to read. My parents are alcoholic. Half on the reserve type of ghetto. Then there's like the city type.
But
Mhm.
it's like, what's the in these ghettos? What's the highest violence like? What's the gangs and shit like?
like gun violence in Toronto is like on the rise. But it's different kind of violences in other places. Like up north on the reserves, it's a lot of domestic violence. Out west in the prairies, it's a lot of like hate crime. So like against the Inuits and stuff like that. So yeah, I
You
mean,
know
you
what
got
I
your
want
pros.
to, you know what I want to know, man? Who are the indigenous people of Canada, and where are the oldest structures at and all that in Canada?
Well, okay, so when you can find old shit anywhere. I mean, we have examples of mud flooding, but when you go back to like the indigenous, what we're talking about, and you see like the Inukchucks, basically those standing rocks that are shaped like men, and like perfectly balanced and like like 20 feet tall, or even the little ones. You got stuff like that. You have star forts. In Nova Scotia, you got a predominant star fort. It's called the Citadel. Out in the west coast in BC, on Vancouver Island, where it doesn't snow often, there's a lot of sacred grounds. But a lot of the people, they would think that the native of today was what they looked like. But if you're like a darker skinned person and you go to the reserves in Canada, like a person with like a pale face or like a tan face will come up to you and they'll say like, yo, we're the same people. Like you and I, we're brothers. Like they fully know black people and these Asian kind of oriental looking Indians with the wide face, and even like latter day, like more like Hispanic type looking natives. They know that they're all one people. You know what I mean? They don't care about the nappy hair or anything like that, or the hip hop, because native hip hop is crazy right now. I know that you guys may not have heard that, but like,
Hey, Dre Midas asked a good question. Let me ask you this, Masterpiece. In America, right, we got something called stow niggas, right? And these are niggas who just stand up in front of the stove all day, right? And they ask for like the half part of your cigarette if you ain't through with it, or if you got any change left over from your purchase in the store. And the dude who owned the store can't get rid of them. They got the no soliciting sign. But do y'all have an epidemic of store niggas in Canada? Like when you go to the store, you see these same niggas.
yeah, well, I mean, yeah, for sure. I
So
think
so
everywhere's got that. In India, you got a store
so
nigga, man.
store niggas are worldwide. Oh my,
Yeah.
okay, international.
But you know what?
Even Canada got stone niggas.
Yeah, but you know what? You could, well, like what I would think to do is like if I open a storefront, like I'm planning to do, I would love to, put them to work. Like I would say, yo, if you can keep this block clean, like I'll give you a garbage bag and gloves. That's nothing. I'm already ordering that on inventory anyway. If I can give you a garbage bag and gloves, and you can pick up these cigarette butts and these and these broken glasses, yo, I'll hook you up with like $10, $20, and I know that's hours of panhandling for you, but you put in some work and it's guaranteed money. Or you could stand up there and flag people down. But
or you know what? I'd even say even this at the least, like if you one of them people who got one of them little talents and you come out and just be doing stuff on the street, for example, I'd rather instead of a store nigga have one of them niggas out there beating on the buckets or something. You know what I'm saying? Out there like making some music out there, doing actually something to be like, okay, he gets a tip for this. You see what I'm saying? You know, put something in the hat, or and the nigga that play the guitar, or you know what I'm saying? Or it's like something like that, as opposed to just, hey man, you know what I'm saying? Some store nigga shit. You gonna hit the rest of that cigarette, or hey man, mama just got to the hospital. I need like $2 to hop on the bus or whatever. The same nigga that tells everybody the same story, like nigga, your mama been in the hospital for 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's their story and they're sticking to it. Yeah, if we can find a way to kind of employ them or motivate them to, do their talents, I think it's a lot better than just overlooking them. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, you're gonna have 2 or 3 next dudes coming up to you like, yo, I heard you're giving out work. It's like, I sure am. Like, here's a ladder. These windows got to get clean. Like, and it's not demeaning. Like, it's no different than asking someone to put their window down and say, hey, you got a couple bucks. Hey, you're helping me, I'm helping you. You know what I mean? And we could all help each other that way. So, but yeah, there's definitely that. Hey, look, the only thing that separates Canada and America is an imaginary line. When you come here, expect, okay, if you're walking down the street, I'm not meaning to say that there's no gangsters. There's mobs here, there's triads here. It's known. You know what I mean? There's street gangs and everything like that. Like I said, gun violence is going up. So don't get it twisted. It's not like bubblegum. But if you're walking down like Bay Street or something, or you're walking down a suburb, or you're like even like in a nice part of the city, if you bump into somebody here in Canada, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna apologize to you. So it's a different kind of like mentality. Thank you and please and you're welcome is like a standard. Like, don't come here thinking that like, you got to thank people. Hold the door open. Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
Now, I don't want to ask you these basic questions, but I just thought of something. I know there's Crips and Bloods in the UK and London now, but are there Crips and Bloods in Canada? And if so, do you remember before there wasn't and when they arrived?
No, I grew up knowing there's Crips and Bloods. I grew up in my hood. Growing up, if anybody knows anything about the Don Valley, shout out to the Don Valley, Valley Woods, what up? You just know that's Crip, that's like Crips. There's the blood, the whole thing happening here. That happened before it got to the UK, because that shit was like California, you know what I'm saying? So that shit spread up through the west coast of Canada. The drug cartels and shit came over here into the big cities with the guns, and they rep that. And there's 3 kings. There's everything. Asian gangs, Khmer Rouges. Because we're such a multicultural city, we have like Tamils doing their shit. We got like Cambodians literally in public schools that come from such a hard life that you look at them the wrong way in high school, and they're cutting you, they're flipping out, they're making weapons out of shit. And it goes to show you like the mentality, like when you see it young, you don't think it's a big deal. But because we have people from such impoverished countries with like crime and corruption, when they come here and like escape the blatant corruption and the blatant crime, then it's nothing for them to do it. You know what I mean? So it's different.
Yeah, see, that's deep, bro. I would have never known that shit.
Yeah, not everybody's like in America, you're like, I'm American, I'm American. But here it's like, no, I'm Chinese. And like, no, I'm Indian, I'm Pakistani. But it's like, oh, but I'm Canadian. It's almost like a convenience thing, and I'm not knocking anybody for it, but it's like you can choose. It's like, when you're pulled over, yes, I'm a Canadian, I have my citizenship. But when you're talking to people in the park, hey, I'm a Pakistani. What's going on, my Pakistani brothers, right? And I mean, I love samosas and I love like veggie shit. So I'm going to the Indian spots and I'm seeing black people in there and Asian people all getting samosas and shit. So it's very diverse. You see Indian women with Chinese men and Russian men with Sri Lankan women. It's everything happens over here.
Homie said, hey, if you come to Canada, we swirling over here. So if you want to come with all of that racism shit, you can stay your ass in America.
But Canada was literally just like America, though. All of the Americas was born from swirling.
Man, Canada sounds like swirl world. I'm like, swirl world.
All of these lands was based off integrations with between multicultural different people.
Mm-hmm. And so it's funny, like when we talk about the original face, it's like, well, we're seeing an artifact in a moment of time and it belonged to this country. So now we're saying that the original people look like these people that were captured in time. That's like coming back to America and putting on a record and saying, oh man, in America, they listen to jazz. That's their music and that's all they listen to. Well, it's no, that jazz in itself was an amalgamation of a whole bunch of other different types of influences. So yeah, whenever we look at like an artifact and stuff, we can't say, oh yeah, okay, this was found in Russia, they were white. A lot of these bones and stuff, there were black people in Russia and Tartary, Asian people in Tartary. So white people in Africa, don't get it twisted. So
yeah.
I be trying to tell niggas that, and I was just having that discussion with some niggas on Facebook. But go ahead, bro, Sanchez.
It just seems like none of the modern nations were born from one group of people. Even Egypt was based off a union between Greeks and the Egyptians. Like, no one group of people have risen to world power by themselves. Rome was not just a bunch of white boys. Every color was in the Roman Empire. That's what made them mighty. So that's what I'm saying. It's like superpower is synonymous with integration.
It's because we know that all of the different things come from different civilizations that absorb smaller ones. So eventually, once they get to a certain level of power after absorbing all of the smaller ones that surround them, then they start to become a superpower like.
Yeah, and we got to remember, it's like it's organic, right? It's just like today, right? Like I gotta get I'm a Sri Lankan saying I gotta get a job in America. I gotta go to America and get the money, or an Indian saying I gotta go to the UK. There's a lot of Indian. I think the highest population of Indians outside of India is the UK. So we have to remember that whether it's Egypt or Tartary or the Chinese Empire when they were doing their thing, or Mongolian, whenever these empires rise and fall, it's the place to be. They got the jobs, they got the work, they got the sword building, they got the shield building, the metalsmiths, the plumbing, they got the lighting jobs, all that. So it's like what we said, you can't have one without the other. You can't have a great city without people migrating to it, and you can't have people migrating to it if it's not a great city. So it's just happening over again today. And I guess after America falls, and we're basically attached. So after North America falls, I guess the next focus will be, who knows what, China? Is that what it's gearing up to be?
Yeah, man, it's like big fish eat little fish. Yeah, it's this.
I just want to allude to that. With you being in Canada, what do you think will happen with Canada once America falls?
Canada is part of them. Well, go ahead.
Oh, like when Trump got elected, there was more migrations to Canada from Americans than ever before. I guess a lot of people were scared and they just came to Canada, but that's facts. So I think if America was to fall, obviously the first place they go is Canada. If people had to go south, then I guess they'd go to the Caribbean or Mexico. But I think firstly, we start getting a lot more Americans, and of course we'd let them in because we let everybody in because we're Canada.
Well, see,
Multicultural.
but listen,
that's
but
the
hold
thing.
up, but you know, it's weird, right? Because Canada are Canadians. They're not considered Americans, but Canada is considered to be part of North America.
Right. So like it's like Africa, right? Africa is composed of different countries. Even Mexico is North America.
Yeah. Or what they
And so
call South
financially
South
now,
America.
no, yeah, South America would be the whole other continent.
Yeah.
Now, what would happen financially is that since we're your biggest trade partner, is that if you guys stop buying and selling, then we stop. Like a lot of our stuff stops. So if when your economy takes a hit, ours takes a hit. You can follow it on the stock market.
You're also you gotta
Domino
remember
effect.
what's China's relationship with Canada?
Well, we had a pretty good relationship since before this like Huawei thing and this whole like Trump thing. Like it's like we're now suddenly we have tension in the East. We never really had tension with like Oriental like East Asian countries before, but now it's like we're getting into it, and I don't like the way it's going. But we had really strong business with them. A lot of we export a lot of soy to them. We exported a lot of pig to them, but they found like there was like 11 chemical agents or something in our pigs that we were putting in our pigs, and it was deemed unfit for China. Now, I think that was just a ploy to kind of cripple us a little bit because it did hurt our market. But we have pretty good trade relations. Like we have a lot of things here that are made in China. You know what I mean? And we have a good.
I feel like that being the case, if they stop fucking with us like that, they just gonna jump to fucking with y'all. As in, like, you know, maybe up there, you know, trade stuff with y'all. You think maybe?
Well, that's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we don't really like they have a lot of trees. You know, they have a lot of water. You know, we're like a raw resources kind of place. You know, we export a lot of our soy, but when it comes to like, I guess like what America trades with them is more so like refined goods, whereas we send like raw minerals to them. Because I think America has like one of the lowest GDP exports in the world. Like you guys barely export things, you import a lot. But we export a lot. And so, yeah, I mean, what you guys do, it affects us here.
And you don't hear too much about like the Canadian Army, the Canadian Navy, and shit like that.
No, people join, but they never get called out. And if they do, it's, you know, it's small batches. We never really get really involved in that. Well, at least we don't like to. Whenever we do, we kind of outrage against it. Like, we don't like to be involved in wars, and we let it be known.
Yeah. That's crazy because Canada never had like a ferocious warlike. I don't know if you even call y'all's a president.
Prime Minister. Yeah, we've never had
that
like
sounds religious. You see that, and it's like ministers in that. It's like shit. I like that better than presider. I mean, I don't know if we going a step above. I don't know. I'm just being a dick, but like I said, I'm tired of this shit.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I think all all ruling classes should be like a panel of like an odd number, like it should be like 7 or 5 or something, but never just like one person. But yeah, our like in World War I, we kicked ass. Like we bodied more. I mean, I hate to say that, but like in terms of war numbers, we bodied more people and did way more important things than Americans did for some reason. Like I don't know why, but the Canadian troops numbers were huge. I don't know what it was, but we had good aim, high kill counts. So we're a good fighting country. But after those 2 world wars, we did not want to do anything again. Like Vietnam, our numbers were low. We don't like this Iran bullshit. We speak out against it. So
Hurt my goddamn feelings over here, Master. You hurt my feelings, man.
I'm gonna let Tim True top on right quick. He said he wanted to share some info on Canada as well.
Oh yeah, dope, man.
Yeah, hold on. Let me make a quick phone call. Y'all can go ahead.
Yeah, this shit, man. That's like I said. Q been plotting and thinking about that move for the longest, but I didn't know so much about Canada as much as I needed to, and I definitely wanted to start to do my research. And I'm like, to talk to somebody like you, I already know you on point with it. So yeah, that this is much needed. Put it that way, because this shit has become ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't trying to fight in your war. I'm not trying to fight what you're doing with the 5G towers. These motherfuckers around us, family, friends, is tripping and all that kind of shit. I don't have time to convince and wake you to fuck up in totality. My thing is, look, I'll do what I can do, from where I am, but it's like, motherfuckers don't get it, man. It's like, like I'm not like these niggas down in like, the places where the hurricanes happen and shit like Texas and goddamn Louisiana, where they be like, they'll tell these niggas straight up, yeah, the hurricane is coming like a week ahead of time. And these motherfuckers be bold and stay. I'd have left my ass to the furthest, 2 states up and be like, when it subside, we'll figure it out. But these niggas just be just withstanding the goddamn blowout. I'm like, I'm not finna withstand the blowout of a country. I don't have time to be in a Netflix movie with you niggas because you guys have not proven capable to be able to make this shit work the right way. If you can't make it work while this shit is together as it is, you damn sure ain't gonna make it work when the shit fall apart. It's like I can only depend on a minute few of niggas, and all of you niggas is scattered the fuck out. You see what I'm saying? We all scattered out from one another, so it ain't like we all in the same concentration of the same place.
Hey, shout out to Tim Truth for joining. Hey, Quentin, I just thought about something. I'm finna let Tim grab the mic. I thought about something, right? I just got off the phone and I thought about something. Master P said something deep. He said the Canadians did more in World War I than the Americans. And the reason I say that's deep is because America feel like the best thing we got to offer to the world is our military. And you don't get that history of Canadian history in America of how good y'all did. You only get our legends, and I think a lot of vets here would probably be offended hearing Master P say that. So I'm glad to hear it because this shit right here gonna get us thinking, get us deep. But go ahead, y'all. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Well, I'm just glad to hear from Master Peace again. I'm glad you're doing well. I don't want to get into your endeavor that I heard about there, but that sounds really awesome. Can't wait for that announcement. And I've been researching a lot about, the attack on free speech online and in various forms. And it seems like the Canadian government is especially bad about it. They recently came out and announced that they might call for licenses to be required for anyone who distributes content in Canada, which is funny because it's in the context of internet content, which I don't know if they know how the internet works, but if you publish something on the public internet, it's distributed it everywhere. And then also they called in this. I'm not a huge fan of this guy, but his name is Ezra Levant, Rebel News, and they called him in for like a interrogation for a book he wrote about Trudeau going into the election, saying he should have registered as a third party or something. What are your thoughts on that? Is that getting overblown in certain circles, or do you think that the attack on free speech is an issue?
I think it's very real. It is an actual thing that we're dealing with here. In fact, our low population doesn't help that either. Things are easily put over our eyes here in Canada. Like, it's just like we wake up the next morning and boom, this was passed. And it's like, but the one thing that we do is that I think that because we have a small population, once things do happen, we're kind of like quick to react. We have like forums, and it doesn't take a lot to like get thousands of signatures, and it's like, whoa, thousands of signatures for this, little place. So it's kind of like I don't know, we're very reactionary. These things happen, the freedom of speech things, the censory just in general. They wanted to put cameras and Wi-Fi up after the London Olympics, but we came together and said, no, we don't want it. Right now, there's people making a barricade on the damn railroad so that like trains can't go east and west because they disagree with how it's being ran, and how they're not living up to promises that they made to the indigenous.
That's awesome. I love it when people get involved and kind of put their foot down on government and corporation abuse. But and it's not just a Canadian issue. We know this attack on free speech is happening across the world. But here's a tweet that Justin Trudeau put out last year around this time. Social media platforms must be held accountable for the hate speech and disinformation we see online, and if they don't step up, there will be consequences. So like this type of rhetoric from the governments around the world is really disastrous for people like us who are saying some things that the establishment finds inconvenient. And it just gets pushed down the way because YouTube will point at the regulation that gets passed and say, we have to censor you. It's not us, blame the government. And then the alt tech, the alternate platforms that pop up aren't going to be able to compete because there will be no home for us because they'll all be bound by these same restrictions. So it's a passion of mine just to try to bring this to everyone's attention. But and it kind of ties in with what we're hearing in like the UK too and Germany. Like they keep saying this, like Angela Merkel says here, freedom of expression has its limits and it must be regulated to keep society free. So they keep coming up with all these little sales pitches.
That is a fucking hypocrisy in itself. I mean, let's just read that again, right? Let's just one more time, read it slow. This is crazy.
Yeah. Angela Merkel says freedom of expression has its limits. It must be regulated to keep society free.
Yo,
yeah,
so
like regulation is the opposite of freedom.
Right. Like that right there is like it's oh man, it's a word for it, but yeah, that's one of them.
Rearrange it and say regulated limits.
That's like they say in the United States too. They're like, yeah, you have the right to keep and bear arms, but it's not unlimited. And it's like, well, you guys can just infringe on our rights and declare what the limits are. I think that kind of is antithetical to the whole point of the rights.
And it's clearly an agenda because, comedians and everybody and their mama say, fuck Trump, and that's not hate speech. But if you say something that, hey, I disagree with homosexuality, for example, that's hate speech. It ain't, you didn't say you hate those people. You could literally say, I hate Donald Trump and nothing will happen. Now that's hate speech.
Right. And hate just means extreme dislike. So they really just want us to be sedated and have just one emotion. And I think it's disastrous. I mean, I think we should hate people. I don't hate gay people. But I hate that. Well, I shouldn't say that. I disagree with the people who say I love everybody. Like you love the rapists, you love the mass murderers, you love these politicians and their puppeteers. I really think it's disastrous it's not moral. It's not moral to love everybody. I think there needs to be a healthy dosage of hate and, like Bro Sanchez always says, a balance.
Tim, I fucking love you, dog. I fucking love you, man.
I love you too, Quinn.
the points, bro, you drive me home so good, bro.
Facts,
well,
man.
I used to say that. I used to say I love everybody. And then I started thinking about it and I'm like, I don't. And it's not good for that to be like the collective's mantra.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't want to make it sound like I'm like, okay, Canada's perfect, but this is what I'll say. From what we can see, if we got to juxtapose the two side by side, Canada versus America, I'm taking Canada, G. I'm not even gonna flex to you. It's hands down. Like this, you know what I mean? Like how much chemtrailing are they doing over there?
The US is pretty bad.
Let me say this because this make me mad, right? Think about what I said now. And this is what I'm thinking about, right? how you can literally go outside and be like, I hate Donald Trump and do it in every video. Or I hate Barack Obama, and that's okay. But you can't say certain things about science. That's considered a form of what they just put on a form. They call it disinformation
or
and
misinformation, right?
Yeah, they're linking this in the same bucket as hate speech because here's how they relate it. If they say some Apollo astronauts died and you say them people ain't dead, they still alive, to them that's hate speech. Like, you're disrespecting the dead fallen soldiers who went up there with our flag. It's gonna get to that level. And the reason I'm saying that is this, because you can see how hypocritical it is when the political campaigns are running for office. Man, what they saying could literally be called hate speech. They be slandering each other. This is why they leaving the door open for you to be able to say, I hate this person, I hate that person, because they want the diversity and to keep the divide and conquer going. And, when they do their campaigns, we can't accuse them of hate speech when they slandering each other, but they can accuse you of hate speech if you go against a law they pass or some agenda they set.
It'll all be used selectively and for political purposes and to silence dissenters. And I love that quote, in the empire of lies, in the empire of lies, truth is treason. And then there's the other one from George Orwell, in a time of universal deceit, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. But and to tie it into what you were saying earlier here, this is being proposed, this was earlier this month in the UK. This is the headline: posting anti-vaccine propaganda on social media could become criminal offense, law commissioner says. So it's like they want to control what's allowed. And I've heard people, I wish I could find this clip. I should have saved it. I've seen people go on like mainstream television and say, yeah, you have free speech, but you can't talk about fake news. You can't talk about misinformation.
Look, Tim, hold up. Let me sum it up for you, Tim. We got freedom to hate and argue and slander and bicker with each other, but we ain't got freedom to tell the truth.
No freedom to empower each other and to free them from their mental captivity. Exactly.
Now, this is what I would say to that, y'all, because I'm just trying to play the devil's advocate and the balancer, but it's like on that, yes, it's just as fucked up with no freedom of speech. And like I still say, it's like if we gonna put the two side by side, it's like if I gotta go to Canada and be like, I can't post this shit, you know what? Maybe I need to take a step away from technology for a minute and enjoy some of this nature out here that I didn't have back in America and cut some of my motherfucking losses. I'm not saying that in totality, but I'm not saying don't fight for the rights of the still in Canada. Like I say, shit, still make sure Canada keep their foot on their government neck of keeping their freedoms. Don't not take care of your freedoms. That's not what I'm saying at all. Because like you said, these things must be addressed. Motherfuckers got to take care of this shit because you don't want to fall into being another America.
See, there's a problem there, though, because if we don't fight for the freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom to keep and bear arms, then it'll be taken away from us and tyranny will be imposed because there'll be no way for us to fight back, even rhetorically. So It's just like, why are they trying to shut us up? Why are they trying to disarm us? It's because they're on a trajectory of tyranny. And I think it's important that we don't let it get out of control, which would be the case if they are able to censor us, especially on the internet. And I see
the fucked up thing is it's already out of control, but I feel you.
Yeah, we keep getting used to it, though. Humans are so adaptable. We're like, oh, yeah, we'll keep rolling with the punches.
Right. It's all right.
Even after they took away everybody's revenue from making content. And that's what made YouTube so awesome, was that people could actually make money for their time. And but yeah, I think it's also pretty ironic that the liberals are the ones that are taking away all our rights. It's like, do they not know what the word liberal means? Doesn't it have to do with liberty?
Right.
They've just turned into the party of tyranny because any institution that wields power and has trust with the people gets infiltrated, from religion to media to academia to entertainment to science. They infiltrate everything that has power. These rich control puppeteers.
And but that's why losing freedoms is a slippery slope. That's why it's always best to kind of stump the fire as soon as it starts. Like, instead of us saying, okay, we at the point where they poison our water, our food, and our air supply. Soon as they poisoned one, it should have been the hell nah, this shit is stumped out and this will never happen again. But we let it get to the step 2. Then we let it get to step 3. You see what I'm saying? And it's like, and then they poison our medicine. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, at what point do you stop that and be like, nah, this train got to stop. We need to stomp this shit out now. Now, you going to wait till Thanos got every fucking Infinity Stone and the goddamn gauntlet to say it's time to stop him? You should have stopped this nigga when he was trying to get the first stone or the damn gauntlet at all.
No compromises. No compromises with Satan. And I think that they're going to be using a number of tactics, and they're always going to sound good. They're going to pretend like they're ignorant, like they're actually trying to solve some real issues. And it just accidentally screwed us all over, because that's a better legal defense than just being outright being an outright traitor. But here are the tactics that I see coming. Fighting hate speech, disinformation, and misinformation will be there. What they say they're doing. Also, fake news, election meddling, internet manipulation. They'll say that they're trying to fight crime before it happens, pre-crime, and fighting terrorism. They'll say that they're trying to protect children. We've seen that be a big one with the COPA. And protecting minority groups, such as like LGBT and things like that. And I just think we have to be on guard for it. And another one that's big that I see coming is what's called punitive psychiatry. That's the political abuse of psychiatry, where they say, we're going to give you a mental examination. Oh, we determined you're crazy. Here, take these pills, which will basically be sedatives and chemical lobotomies. And then they'll take away your right to keep and bear arms, and they'll use that selectively. And it just seems like they're rolling out the Soviet Union playbook in terms of like censoring people under psychiatry, and fake news is like pretty much a term that was used by the Soviet Union to shut up intellectuals from calling out the BS.
It's almost like they turning the whole country itself into one big psych ward and running it like a psych ward. Motherfuckers turn up too much, let me hit you with some of this sedative real swift. Put your ass back down. You know what I'm saying? You know, keep everybody the right amount of drugged up so that way, you know, you stay in your cell. You get to talking too much of that crazy shit, oh yeah, we gonna put you down.
Exactly. And the biggest trick they've pulled on everyone is to make them think that they're not crazy. And if anyone actually snaps out of the spell, then they've been trained and conditioned to call us crazy. So it's not looking good. So I didn't mean any shot at Canada or anything. I just keep seeing Canada government doing some crazy
important.
things.
That's definitely important. But what I'll say is, like, we're further on a countrywide decline than Canada. And I'm not saying it's like the best country, but to jump to instead of here, bro, like I said, in what we going through and what we facing right now, fuck that. My
You're
thing
right.
is, like I said, I'm not even trying to be a threat to these people, just so they know, nigga ain't finna throw no stones and bats at y'all. Getting the fuck out the way.
You know what I'm worried about is this Bernie Sanders guy. I think he's dangerous, in my opinion. I know a lot of people are thinking he's like the savior and he's an outsider and hope and change. It's like, where have we heard that before? Oh, every single president they've selected, because everyone hates the establishment. So they just say, oh, don't vote for this guy. And everyone just, like, their reverse psychology just kicks in and they're like, don't tell us what to do. Everyone, let's vote for him. And they make him look like an outsider. And they usually pit him against somebody who's just terrible. And I mean, Trump's pretty bad too, to say the least. But I do worry about Bernie Sanders and, like, especially in terms of like state propaganda and free speech rights and everything like that.
Well, true that, Tim. The question now, I'm trying to jump in on this convo, but I want to say much love to this panel that we have here. Masterpiece, shit, man, I've missed you, dude. Like, I'm even glad that you're even here right now, man. Like, you popped up out of a dead memory. And I'm actually glad that Tim's here too, and that Quentin's here, and we're on Bro Sanchez's platform. Like, this is a heavy hitting panel right here.
And really, I thought the same thing, bro. Go ahead.
But I want to say, first of all, rest in peace Mad Mike Hughes. He was for the people. Everybody in the chat, listen. He was for the people and to follow your dreams. The man was a daredevil, and he did what he did because he's a daredevil. That's just what you do.
Yeah, shout out to Mike. He's a legend. And hey, real quick on the topic, everyone should consider donating to your local no-kill animal shelter. That was like his cause of choice. I think that would make him really happy. If you watched his movie on Amazon called Rocket Man, you can see he really loves animals. So just wanted to throw that in there.
And another, it's like no, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I just said that's a great idea. I like that. I'm going to do that.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, all of this stuff would be great. Like, of course, I love you, man, because, like, you got me onto the whole wanting to be vegan thing. And I got to admit to you, like, even talking to you, man, like, I still go back and forth. I mean, like, it's always a struggle, but, like, I still do what I have to do. And other than that, man, like, I hope that your juice business is kicking off the way that you had wanted to with you and your family, and that everything's just going good for you, bro.
Man, I appreciate that so much, man. I really do.
And I hope you're selling the crap out of that art, man, because, bro, you can paint.
Hey, well, you know, the good thing is I like renovate. I've been renovating this space for the past couple months, and I made the walls white purposely so I could hang my art and other local art there, and you know what I mean? So I can keep that side of me alive. So that is definitely in the plans. I can't wait to take you guys into the studio and then out onto the actual floor and just get it going. And I appreciate what you said earlier. Yeah, I feel like now I feel like this 2020 is anybody else feeling like this? Like everybody in your circles, like they want more, they want to do better and achieve more.
Literally right now, and it's like, you know, when you one of the most, I say, conscious out of your group, but you know what I'm saying, based on what you into, even the ones that ain't what you into come to you and is on that right now. Like all of my niggas who ain't even on the same thing, all coming to me on the same type of wave. Yeah, it's time to go ahead and get this shit into motion, whatever the different it is. It's like, it's definitely that drive time.
Yeah, people that like used to mock me for going plant-based like 10 years ago are suddenly like, hey, you know, like I'm shitting all the time, and you know I never have enough energy. You know, maybe like, you know, like what do you think about like if I went like, you know, vegan or something? I know you're a vegan. Like, what if you think it would help me at all? I'm like, no way. Like, so many people that were like, oh, you're eating rabbit food are now like, hey, I think I should be eating more vegetables, and I think that this meat and dairy is messing with me. So people are waking up.
You know what'd be the worst shit though? The worst shit be when a motherfucker you done told and tried to put on game, get on game, then come back to you and try to tell you the shit you told them. G, your ass be disrespected as hell. G, people have done that.
I'd have to track somebody. No.
Niggas be on that, I swear to God.
Like, yeah, man. Like when I first started trying to be vegan, and this is a true testament because I can advocate for it. Like, you know, the little small cans of mushrooms and shit. Like, I literally survived off of that, working 2 weeks until I got my first paycheck for lunch every day. I had some crackers for breakfast, and then at lunchtime, I would literally open up a can of mushrooms, pour out the fucking water in it. I'd throw some jalapeno sauce in the mushrooms, and I drink water. And I was able, I do solar. So like I was able to install solar panels on people's house, go up and down ladders, carrying 45-pound panels up and down. Sometimes people have 50 panels on their fucking house, all that shit, lay out the damn cables and stuff to connect it up. Even sometimes helping with the electrician if the shit's got to run under the house, even go through the house and everything, off of 2 cans of mushrooms and jalapeno sauce.
Damn.
Well, I've been talking to this guy. Well, I did an interview with somebody I've been following for a long time. He goes by Plant-Based Comedian, and he does like some of the best impressions I've ever seen. And I'm about to publish a video with my interview of him. But I think people in the vegan community should really help this guy out because he comes at it at a different angle, and he uses comedy. And you guys should all check out his work. And I'm sure he would love to do interviews if Bro or Masterpiece wanted to talk with him, if you guys liked his work.
What's his name on his YouTube?
It's a plant-based comedian. His name is Josh Rosen. He's got like amazing impressions. He can do like hundreds and hundreds of them.
That's cool. Okay, cool. Hold on, I'm gonna check him out.
You sound cool as hell.
He has this really funny video where it's called "Vegan Donald Trump at the Miami Farmers Market," and it's just super funny. All the lines he drops in it, and his impressions are spot on. So I'm just trying to help promote this guy because I've gotten so much enjoyment out of him. He's also a flat earther, and he doesn't get the recognition I think he deserves. So I just wanted, since we're on the topic, I just wanted to put a plug in for him.
That's another thing too, Tim. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, I wasn't saying that. I just said we definitely got to bring him in the fold. But go ahead.
That's another thing too, Tim. Is like it's automatically default to the label of flat earther whenever you go against the regular paradigm that is, which is globe. You know what I'm saying? So now anybody that denies globe is automatically a flat earther, even though that's not the whole truth of the story. Because with Bro Sanchez, I'm not gonna lie, because it's been like 2.5, almost 3 years that I've been with Bro and learning literally like a whole lot more from other cultures that are not even my freaking own, but it all makes sense. And we have to get this technology that's in the ideology from everywhere. And that's another thing why I'm on the panel too, is that like I would like to think that I am like a bridge from all these other chats, because there seems to be a giant misconglomeration of information that goes on with Didac. Fucking last night, I wish he would fucking get up here so I can rip him apart. So he was saying that like fucking Mad Mike is like the savior and shit for like all flat earthers, but not everybody knows about Mike. You see what I'm saying? And that's the difference from our.
Yeah, I didn't.
So like what I'm saying is like literally, I think we have the opportunity to form, I don't know, like a Justice League or some type of Avengers type situation, even though we may clash on the ideologies, of course. And we can talk about those ideologies tonight, about the differences between the big names and stuff that are out there, what they're promoting, why they do that. And in the midst of this, we got a freaking conscious album coming out, and we're trying to get like freaking funding. You know what I'm saying? And like what Bro Sanchez brought up like the other day about that is like it's actually very paramount, because like it kind of hit me hard too that like, you know, like all this conscious music is good, but as a musician, even though like I don't do rap all the freaking time, but I do listen to rap every time I need to get hype or fuel my ego or freaking something. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not the conscious stuff that we're always supposed to be getting. And whether we just need to knuckle down and get brutal on our fucking music, or like whatever, you know, like no holds barred with everything. And especially talk about a lot of the conscious shit that we have going on right now, like especially with going with vegan. The reasons why you should. Also, anti-vaxxers versus vaxxers. Why isn't this brought up? Chemtrails, like, should we fear it or should we not? You know, like, it's in the fucking sky. It's not if we should get to the bottom of these things. We do need to get to the bottom of these things, because you're a part of my reality. I'm a part of your reality. Everybody in this chat's a part of everybody's freaking reality. And we're not freaking Mandela affected, okay? So, and also, fuck you, Joey Roca, however you say your name out there, like
Joe Rogan. Oh,
no, Joey Roca.
Oh.
Like, nah.
No, Joey, my boy, he good people.
I think that's from get him on the
look, on other news, check this out, right? Being that Masterpiece is a painter, right? My girl and the kids, what we do now, we starting to have family paint night, because they say it's therapeutic and it's good for you and all that. So check this out, right? I'm gonna give y'all a good laugh for the day. You've seen Masterpiece paintings. Let me show you my shit. Hey, painting is hard. That's why, listen, I give a big respect to Masterpiece, man. And to that white dude with that afro, I give him some respect because it's hard, man. I struggled to make this damn, what I call the blurris, which is the blurred forest.
Hey, they had that white dude with the phone, the boondocks, G. I'm rolling.
Yeah, that's funny. But yeah, Masterpiece is a genius. He's an artistic legend as far as I'm concerned. He's blown me away time and time again with his pieces. So it's always an honor to talk with him and get to peer into his mind a little bit.
Yo, respect. You know, it's so funny how I mean, painting is definitely it's difficult, but it's just so funny how like I don't know, somebody could look at numbers, like somebody can go through my taxes 2 years ago and like put it together, and I'd be like, damn, like how did you do that? And then when people say like painting is hard, I'm like, well, man, like I don't know, like it's crazy how it's just like comes naturally to me, or like something will like Bro Sanchez tying symbolism together like that, like the way he does, and you know, we all got our talents, man, and I definitely would love to find some way to unite it, like album cover art or poster art, and we could just like maybe put it on T-shirts and stuff, and really get that message out.
Facts. That'll be dope, man. That'll be real original pieces right there.
Yeah, it's true.
We gotta connect on that. Hey, I'm gonna get ready to shut down here in a minute. I hate to do it because man is actually getting better. The longer it goes, it's like wine.
Yeah, well, you know, I gotta dip out too. I gotta put my daughter to bed, take her to school tomorrow. But I want to say, everybody on the panel, I appreciate you guys' minds, and I love the fact that you guys are still doing this. This is great. It makes me feel right at home. To everybody that's like watching this that doesn't know me, because bro, your channel has grown a lot since I've been regularly frequenting it. So congratulations on your success. And for everybody that doesn't know me, I'm Masterpiece, and what you heard tonight is basically like what we do. Follow me on Instagram at _newlife, NEWLYFE_, and for like great content. And I'll see you guys soon. And thanks for the well wishes for this juice shop. You know, we're gonna get that going. And any kind of music or whatever art, just like hit me up, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Okay,
Much
hell
love.
yeah.
Hey, Master G2, I want you. I'll probably be hitting you up too for some streams related to some of the stuff. You know, since I just started the channel and shit, I just started to get my shit together. Thanks to advice from a lot of y'all niggas. But yeah, definitely though. You, Tim Truth, all y'all, and you know, Adam, bro, all y'all can come over because I just started the little live stream this morning. Me and K Gomez and the other bro, Big West, went on. But you know, anytime you guys open the build, I'm gonna be start shooting out these calls and going with some ideas. And Sir Drop, I'm still gonna do that the build he wanted to do on the Transformers when I get a chance. I'm gonna start compiling some stuff for that.
Yeah,
Okay,
keep me in the loop on it, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, man, I'll be there for sure, man. Just hit me up in about a month or two. Like I said, I should be a lot more free and just like be fully engaged. So I'm out, y'all. Thanks.
All right, my brother. Appreciate that Masterpiece, man. It's good to hear from you, man, as always.
Yes, as always. All right. Peace, y'all.
All right.
Much love.
Love,
All
Brody.
right. All right, y'all. I'm gonna see y'all you know what I'm saying, probably Thursday. Most definitely Thursday. Y'all be safe, man.
You know, hey Tim.
I mean,
Oh, damn.
Much
You did
love.
what, Adam?
Hey, get this, Quentin. Hey, just hit me up after this, bro. We gonna get going. We gonna get down.
I got you, bro.
All right, y'all. All right. And to the people who sent in the donations, man, I appreciate that. Let me show you some love before we go. Big shots out to Flat Earth Trini. Long shot. Thank you. Thank you guys for the donations. Information Man, thanks once again, brother. Dynasty the Painter, Sir Drop, Students of Life, X Christ, Sleepyhead, Adrian, Citizen Man, Awakening Minds, Twan, the God. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for the Cash App donations. Peabody Grind and Cam R. Appreciate y'all for the love today. And yeah, I'll see y'all Thursday. Peace and much love, guys.